Good morning, colleagues, and welcome to this meeting of Cambridgeshire County Council. In your own time, gentlemen. I would like to welcome members of the public to this meeting of the Council, particularly those watching the live stream on the Council's YouTube channel. The Council supports the principle of transparency and encourages filming, recording, and taking photographs of its meetings that are open to the public. Members are advised that this meeting may therefore be filmed, recorded, or photographed. Please, can I ask you all to turn your mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst the meeting is taking place. There is no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we will all make our way downstairs via the fire escape in the corridor behind you. The muster point is at the far end of the building. So I have had a large number of apologies from the Vice Chair, Councillor Bird, Councillor Maguire, Councillor Dew, Councillor Billington, Councillor Gardner, Councillor Jonas King. Are there any other?
Give apologies for at least late arrival for Councillor Count. Unfortunately, he had car trouble just outside Chatteris on the way here, quite possibly or maybe associated with the very poor state of the road repairs which are in Finland.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Members. Councillor Bowden, thank you very much. I was aware and I was coming to it. Any other apologies? Thank you very much. We move then to item number 1, which is the minutes of the 18th of July. The next item on our agenda is the minutes of the 18th of July. The council is asked to agree these as a correct record. If any member does not agree, please raise your hand now. That being the case, I will sign them. Oh. There are a number of tricks that have been laid in place for me today, and we've just had the first one. Thank you. I should say that I know that a number of the apologies from members are because they are unwell. I'm sure that you would share my best wishes with those to make a swift recovery. An updated motions log is also included in the published papers for this meeting for your information in order to report on progress. Whilst I will not be reopening the debate on any motion in the motions log, I will take questions and comments. If you wish to pursue actions further, you will need to contact the allocated officer outside this meeting. Councillor Bowden, as you appear to be Councillor Count's spokesperson currently, he did mention that he wished to raise an issue in relation to something on the log. Has he shared that with you?
May I suggest, Chair, that that be addressed to the Deputy Group Leader rather than to me? I'm merely his spokesman on how bad the roads are in Finland.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Councillor Gulsack, have you
Sorry,
anything?
forgive me for
pearls of
giggling.
wisdom?
No, I haven't got an update on that, so we'll have to take that up outside the meeting.
Thank you very much for that. We move on then to the chair's announcements. I have several announcements to make today. It is with great regret that I report the death of former County Councillor Dr. Derek Nichols, who represented the Shelford and Chesterton divisions on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Party from 1984 to 1993. The council's thoughts are with his family and friends at this very sad time, and I would like to invite Councillor Dr. Daunton, who knew Derek, to say a few words. Councillor Daunton.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm very pleased to be able to do this. At the mention of the death of Derek Nichols, the universal response has been a good, kind, generous, exemplary person, a real gentleman and a gentleman. Derek was highly intelligent, highly effective in his professional life as an academic, as teacher, researcher, and administrator. He was greatly respected by all who met and worked with him. He was born into a Cornish family for whom the Methodist tradition of Christianity was strong, and this was a guiding thread throughout his life. It was a natural progression from farming to his choice of degree subject, land economy, and he was admitted as an undergraduate to St. John's College. With a BA in estate management from Cambridge, became a research student in the department, gaining a PhD in 1966. He took up the post of university lecturer in the department, serving as interim head from 1978 to 79. His main areas of research included forestry, rural policy and management, and conservation, and the provision for recreation. He was appointed director of Wolfson College's international programme and served as the college's senior tutor before moving to Fitzwilliam College to take up the directorship of the Wilson Centre, an independent study centre whose work encompassed a wide range of courses within the fields of land economy and development. He was also active in the wider university and was a member of the University Finance Committee. He lived for many years in Shelford, along with his wife and 2 children, and it was a household where art and music were an important part of daily life. Andrew, now a lecturer, and Alison, now a professional harpist. Here, alongside his academic work, he was elected to serve as a county councillor. He was a lifelong Liberal with a capital L, first a member of the Liberal Party and later Liberal Democrats. He was parliamentary candidate in South West Cambridgeshire in 1983 and 87, and for several years, a county councillor in the 1980s and early 90s. He moved to Fulbourn in the late 1990s, and his wife Rosemary died shortly afterwards. He continued to play a part in the local community. He was an integral part of the life and worship of Wesley Methodist Church, played an important role in the renovation of that church, an important Cambridge landmark, and was for several years a trustee of Wesley House, a constituent member of the Cambridge Theological Federation. In spite of suffering from myeloma during the last 6 years of his life, he continued to be active, always alive to a discussion and alert to changing circumstances in politics and more broadly, engaged in his academic work and his roles in the Methodist community. All to whom I've spoken have said how greatly he will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Daunton. It is also with very deep regret that I report the recent death of Rochelle Van Kroom. Rochelle was a much loved and respected lead support worker working within our prevention and early intervention service across Ely and Cambridgeshire more widely. Rochelle loved her role and was truly passionate about delivering support services to those in need and made positive impacts to the lives of those she supported within her role. She will be sadly missed by her friends and colleagues in the service, many of whom she supported within her role, often going above and beyond to make a real difference. The Council's thoughts are with her family, friends and colleagues at this very sad time. May I ask Council please to stand in memory of Derek and Rochelle. Thank you, colleagues. Sue Proctor, the Service Director for Highways and Transport, retired at the end of August. Sue has been an integral part in supporting the Council's aim to improve transport and connectivity for all residents in Cambridgeshire, and I'm sure members will wish to join me in wishing Sue a long and healthy retirement. Council records with gratitude the retirement of David Parcell in September from his role as Senior Finance Business Partner after an amazing 42 years dedicated service to Cambridgeshire County Council. David has made an immense contribution to public financial management in Cambridgeshire during his long tenure. His wife, Denise, also retired in September after 39 years dedicated service to the Council, most recently supporting highways and transport. David and Denise, between them, share a combined 81 years at Cambridgeshire County Council, and their professionalism, expertise and friendship will be missed by colleagues. Council wishes them a very happy retirement. I'm delighted to report libraries throughout Cambridgeshire have received Libraries of Sanctuary status. This national award celebrates libraries that work hard to demonstrate hospitality, solidarity and welcome to new arrivals in the area. Cambridgeshire has a strong heritage of supporting those in need, with public libraries playing an important role in welcoming refugees, migrants, and other new arrivals into our communities. On behalf of the Council, I would like to congratulate Anglia Ruskin University on being shortlisted for the University of the Year Award in this year's Times Higher Education Awards, widely known as the Oscars of the UK university sector. It was also shortlisted for the Outstanding Contribution to the Local Community Award and Outstanding Contribution to Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Award. Anglia Ruskin has in fact won the UK Social Mobility Awards University of the Year in recognition of Anglia Ruskin University Peterborough's role in advancing social mobility. As Chair of Council, I attended the following events: the visit of His Royal Highness the Duke of Gloucester to Lower Valley Farm, Fulbourn, Historic Counties flag raising at Newshire Hall, the annual peppercorn lunch at Marshall's, the Gateway to India special opening event, the Merchant Navy and Emergency Service flag raising at Newshire Hall, Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal opening the new Magpass Air Ambulance Space, our neighbours, the Mayor of Ramsey's civic service, the tree planting ceremony at Pressley Wood, the Koenigier Room Naming and Freedom presentation event, institution and induction of the Reverend Canon Jutta Brooke, BBC Radio Cambridge Make a Difference Awards, the Mayor of Whittlesey's Civic Service, and the High Sheriff of Cambridgeshire's Justice Service. On my behalf, the Vice Chair attended the British Racing School Summer Reception and Team Mildenhall's 2023 New Mayor's Barbecue. That concludes the announcements for today. So we move on to item 3, which is a item on declarations of interest. Under this item, members are asked to declare interests under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting if they are not registered on the Register of Interests. May I have any declarations now, please? Councillor Bowden, your interest in Fenland Roads is already noted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
There being none, we move on to item 4, which is public question time. This allows members of the public to ask questions at the council meeting, provided they have given advance notice. Members will wish to note, I have exercised my discretion and accepted an additional 3 eligible public questions submitted before the deadline, as in my opinion, it served the public interest to do so. The council has received notice of 7 questions, the content of which have been circulated electronically to all members and published on the council's website. So first, can I ask Councillor Stephen Thompson from Haddenham Parish Council to come forward and ask his question. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. Excuse the cold, I'm full of cold, and hopefully you can hear through the Northeast accent as well. So I'm here to ask a question. You'll see that there's been a altered motion later on in the agenda about a very unsafe road that we have in Haddenham. We've basically got a problem of HGVs shortcutting through the village and driving on the pavements to pass each other when there are children walking to and from school. It's an appalling situation, and we hope to improve it in some way, possibly with a downgrade, possibly with a weight limit, maybe even removing it from the advisory freight map or some other measures. And that they are our intentions, and I see this as a really positive first step towards it, and I hope that you can all vote for it unanimously. Just a couple of points of note. The road is very short. It's about 2.5 miles in length. It's one of the shortest A roads in the country. It should never have been an A road. It was once a B road. It's in very good condition. So if you're ever considering the cost implications, if we cut out a lot of the shortcutting lorries, it wouldn't need much maintenance at all. We've got full support from our MP, unanimous support from our parish council, support from Turners of Soham, who have agreed never to use that road through safety measures. And we have dozens of letters of support for the motion. Can I just thank Councillors Hunt and Dupre for their support and for working together. And I know I have to wrap this up into a question, so I'll say that in a minute, but I'd just like you to show you this board. This is our Hall of Fame board. We have it on our website, and these are all of the companies who have agreed through safety reasons not to use that road. So my point is there are alternatives that they're all using. So I'll just leave this on show, and I'm sure you'll recognize these logos on here. There are some big ones. And my question is, do you have enough evidence now? I think there was a document circulated. Hopefully you've all seen those photos. They're appalling. Do you have enough evidence to make this decision?
Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Beckett, you have 2 minutes to respond. I hope you've brought a board.
I unfortunately do not have a board, but thank you very much, Councillor Thompson, and thank you for the amazing work that you've been doing as a parish council to bring this to our attention. Turn it off, turn it on. It's incredibly apparent to us the help that is needed on the road and the problems that it has. Having previously lived on a very, very busy C road, I'm also not 100% sure that downgrading it will have the effects that you want, but it is very clearly a road that needs help. You've probably also, I think, been aware that prior to this, we've had circulated some notes from officers about some of the interventions that we've done and the state of the road. And we do have a motion on this later on that I believe there will be unanimity in looking at what it is. We obviously, with it being an A road as well, have a future safety analysis coming up with it, with what's known as the IRAP standard. So I very much look forward to seeing that and seeing what comes out of it and what we can do to help the A1421. So in total, I don't believe that we necessarily have the evidence to support a downgrading of it, but we do definitely have evidence that work needs to be done on it. And I very much look forward to working with you and other members and seeing what can be done to help the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Councillor Thompson, you have a minute to follow that up if you wish to take it.
No further questions. I'm grateful for the support, and I see it, like I said before, as the first very important step towards addressing the safety on that road. So I'd be grateful if you could consider that when you vote on it in the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson, for coming along this morning to ask your question. It is much appreciated, and I'm sure we all send our best wishes to Haddenham Parish Council. Thank you. We move on now to the second question. Can I ask Miss Anne Miller from Carbon Neutral Cambridge, who's on Zoom, to ask her question?
Thank you. I'm asking this question on behalf of Carbon Neutral Cambridge. We were very disappointed to hear the Prime Minister's announcement on the 4th of October that the northern part of HS2 will be scrapped, but we were then pleased to hear that some of the funds may be diverted to enable the long delayed upgrade to Ely's Junction. We very much support this project because of the decarbonisation benefits of taking freight off the roads and onto rail, particularly if that rail line is electrified, and also the opportunity an upgraded junction gives to improve passenger services across our community. These are, of course, vital measures both for the prosperity of our region and to help avoid climate breakdown. And of course, climate change is one of the underlying causes of the shocking state of Fen roads. So we would like to know what promises have actually been made about the funding for Ely Junction, and what are the implications of those promises? For example, is there enough to actually do the work, allowing for inflation? What are the possible timescales for starting and finishing the work? And in general, what is the County Council planning to do to accelerate progress on this important Ely Junction upgrade? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Councillor Beckett, to respond, please. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Miller, and thank you very much for your question. I too very much support sustainable travel and was saddened to hear about the cuts to HS2. It is clear that we need to decarbonise our transport as much as possible if we are to reach our climate objectives and to stop the impending doom of climate change. I very much support the work needed to improve capacity through Ely, and indeed earlier this year I attended a rail summit in Cambridge and a parliamentary reception in Westminster looking at how we could facilitate the improvements needed at Ely and also at Hawley. It really is vital that we get this work done, and it could remove almost 100,000 lorries off our roads, which I'm sure we will all be very thankful of. While we saw support for the Ely area capacity enhancements in the Prime Minister's speech in his party conference, we still await more details from government to understand the scope, timescales and costs. Unfortunately, we don't have those details yet. We will continue discussions with government and Network Rail in this regard, and we'll obviously update as and when that information becomes available. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Ms. Miller, do you have a follow-up question?
Well, really just that I'm very disappointed. Do you have any idea when you might expect to learn anything meaningful from the government about what they're promising? I mean, or is it just another, £1 gimmick?
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Councillor Beckett, would you like to hazard a guess at when the government might?
I'm afraid, Mr. Miller, I would not like to hazard a guess as to when the government might get their act together and send us that information, but I hope it will be forthcoming very soon.
Ms. Miller, thank you very much for asking your question, and very much appreciated, and I'm sure best wishes to all at Carbon Neutral Cambridge. We move on now, please, to Mr. James Reader, who again is on Zoom to ask his question. Mr. Reader, you have 2 minutes to ask your question. Thank you very much.
That's very kind of you, and it will be tight. My 18-year-old daughter has been resident at Meldreth Manor, Orchard Manor, the educational residential care home, since September 21. As parents, my wife and I make the journey from Watford to Meldreth twice a week. And recently we decided to venture outside of the grounds and take our daughter for a walk in the community, pushing her wheelchair along the pavements of Meldreth's High Street. Despite our daughter weighing a tiny 32 kilos, the journey with her wheelchair has proven dangerous at best. Caring staff at Meldreth Manor confirm that they struggle even more with heavier residents and sometimes have to avoid walking away from their grounds altogether. The pothole equivalents and chronic camber towards the roadway are impossible to avoid when pushing our daughter's wheelchair along the high street. With occasional pavement parking and cars driving within a foot of the curb, which in places is nearly flush with the road, an accident is simply waiting to happen. Any wheelchair user should be able to safely access the community. And I raise a question on behalf of my daughter, who cannot talk and communicate with you directly, and of course all her fellow wheelchair users, both at home and living within the wider community, of course. I understand that in practice, potholes on the roadway are given priority, both in terms of budget and immediate action. I put to you that wheelchair wheels on a pavement that has only seen piecemeal repair over the past 20 years presents an equivalent priority. Council funds surely need to be applied to relay the high street pavement to remove potholes and also lessen the camber so wheelchairs are not drawn towards the roadway and cars driving extremely close by. I struggle to believe that this issue is of such long standing, particularly in a community that hosts a school home for wheelchair-bound children. The council is sitting on a time bomb, waiting for a tragedy to happen, where a wheelchair gets dragged into the roadway and the user hit by an oncoming car, or a wheelchair topples and the fragile user falls to the ground. Surely,
Mr. Reader, your time is up, but I can assure you that we have all received a copy of the question, which is what plans have been made to prioritise repairs to the footway along High Street, Meldreth. I shall ask Councillor Beckett to use his 2 minutes to respond to your question fully.
Thank you, Mr. Reader, and thank you very much for bringing this to our attention. Firstly, I really sympathise with the issues, and across the country, the condition of our footpaths is always a challenge. Maintenance on our carriageway is actually done by means of intervention criteria, depending on the severity of defects. It's not actually fair to say the defects in the road are prioritised. We have different criteria in different areas. Defects in our footway will be fixed either within 36 hours, 21 days, or 13 weeks, depending on the severity of those issues and any safety risks. Melbourne Footway is inspected every 3 months, with the last inspection taking place on the 4th of this month. This identified 3 defects, and these are due to be repaired by the 25th within 21 days. I should also note at the time that we don't have any public reports on the footway at Melbourne, but if any other members do want to report anything, please use our reporting website, as that helps us to look at places before inspections. Melbourne High Street is also on the longer term programme for resurfacing. Unfortunately, due to budget constraints, this might be 3 to 5 years, but it is in the programmes for longer term work. At that time, we can look at whether the camber can be adjusted. However, unfortunately, there are often issues then with curb heights and drainage, so we will need to take that into account. As an administration, though, we very much do recognise the work that needs to be done, particularly for more vulnerable active travel users. We all know the consequences of a pothole to someone walking, cycling or wheeling can easily be incredibly serious or even life-threatening. Actually, I was really saddened to see in the news this week about the death of a cyclist in Lanarkshire who died after hitting a crack in the road, which the county council up there didn't fix for years because they didn't believe it was serious enough and didn't affect motorists. It is clear to me that we must consider active travel users and those walking, cycling and wheeling, and making sure that roads are fixed for all of our users. As an administration, we have commissioned a project to define a maintenance hierarchy for active travel users, reflecting on the fact that the location or type of a defect can have a significant impact on safety. I look forward to this coming to Highways and Transport and hopefully being adopted.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. I just want to clarify that you're referring to Meldreth rather than Melbourne.
Sorry, Meldreth.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Reader, you now have a minute if you'd like to ask any further supplementary questions.
Thank you very much. And well, I mean, that would be definitely one. Are you sure this data is with respect to Meldreth High Street and Meldreth pavement and not Melbourne. So that's extremely important to work out. And I believe that there are plans to remedy the roadway along Meldreth High Street in the winter. And my question, the 3 lines of it ends looking at an economies of scale potential, where actually were you to budget, find the funds to remedy the footpath, that this could all be done as one. And clearly the council needs to change its attitude, given that this is 20 years of intervention waiting to happen. So this issue is 20 years old, a generation old. So again, it would be very, very good to get some feedback on that, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reader. Councillor Beckett, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Reader. I will very much clarify that it is Meldreth that we are talking about. And if you would like to meet on site, I'm very happy to meet you there and with members of our maintenance team to go through the issues and look at how we can address those. So if you'd like to do that, I'm very much happy to meet you on site and discuss what we have there and what issues need addressing.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Mr. Reader, thank you very much for coming along. You now have an invitation to meet Councillor Beckett on site. I very much hope that you'll take it up. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Well, sincere thanks.
Thank you. We now move on to the next question, which is from Mr. Anthony Carpen, who is also on Zoom. Hello, Mr. Carpen.
Good morning, Councillor. Can you hear me?
I can.
Splendid.
If you want to proceed.
I would. Right, let's go. Following her resignation from Cambridge City Council, Councillor Sam Davis MBE wrote on her final blog post the following: "It is more apparent than ever, without a major overhaul of local government structures, financing and powers, our council will struggle with relentless demands to maintain current levels of service and protect residents' quality of life." I'm sure that statement could easily apply to Cambridgeshire County Council. With the above statement, or with that statement in mind, and also following the cross-party launch of the CAMS Unitaries campaign, and people can go to www.camsunitaries.org.uk to see what it's all about, I ask the following question. Please could the County Council make a statement on what its policy is regarding any possible overhaul of local government structures and systems for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, in particular, including what the Council understands as being the processes ministers require for prospective local areas to bid for permission or bid for support to undertake a possible restructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carpen. Councillor Netzinger, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Hello, Anthony. Thank you for your question. So the County Council does not at this time have a formal policy on any potential reorganisation of local government structures and systems for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. While I understand that there is a discussion about these issues going on in various groups, and indeed it will be debated at Cambridge City Council later this week, it is not something which has been just addressed by any motions at the County Council for several years. I will personally be taking part in the debate at Cambridge City Council this week, but it's important to be clear that will be in a personal capacity as a backbench member of Cambridge City Council and not in my capacity as leader of this council. My views expressed there will be personal views and not the views of Cambridgeshire County Council. It is my understanding that there are 2 possible routes for local government reorganisation arising from either the Local Government and Public Involvement in Health Act 2007 or the Cities and Local Government Devolution Act of 2016. In the first case, the Secretary of State for Levelling Up can invite or direct a local authority to make a reorganisation proposal under Section 2 of the 2007 Act. Such directions or invitation can result in a Type A, Type B, or Type C, or a combined proposal. And I'll come back to explain those if I have time at the end and if you would like me to. In the recent past, these mechanisms have been used for the reorganisation of local authorities in Cumbria, North Yorkshire and Somerset. The second option is that local authorities may themselves put together reorganisation proposals and submit these for consideration by the Secretary of State without being invited to. The Secretary of State will then review these and may determine to pass a statutory instrument to govern the reorganisation. Here in Cambridgeshire, we are not presently involved in discussions about either of the above mechanisms for local government reorganisation, and given that no such discussions have started in any form, it is hard to see how any meaningful reorganisation proposals could come forward prior to a general election. As a result, my personal energy and the work of this county council remains devoted to trying to ensure that our current
Thank
somewhat
you,
complex.
Councillor Netzinger. You'll have an opportunity potentially to come back. Mr. Carpen, you now have a minute to ask any supplementary questions.
Lovely. Thank you, Councillor. And one of the things I found, some of you may be aware that I've started organising some local workshops titled the Great Cambridge Crash Course, where I'm basically booking out some local library space to enable local residents to work out how Cambridge and Cambridgeshire got to where we are. And I'm thinking, should there be, after the next general election, anything around debating what the future structure of local government in Cambridgeshire could be? My big concern is that we lack the collective public understanding of the essentials of politics, civics and citizenship. That is, for me, essential for underpinning that. And I think we saw that with the GCP consultations on the sustainable travel zone. It was something that was addressed by Councillor Goodliffe at the recent East Area
Carpen, I'm afraid
Committee.
you're out of time, but it does give Councillor Netzinger the opportunity to perhaps complete her initial statement. Councillor Netzinger, you've got 2 minutes.
I'll try and guess what the question, the supplementary was, but I'm not sure whether I'll succeed. If not, we can pick it up afterwards, Anthony. I mean, if what you're talking about in your supplementary is the complexity of our current arrangements and the fact that many people within our area don't really understand quite how those arrangements arose, or indeed who has responsibility for what in our local area, I have a great deal of sympathy for that view. I think it's, and I'm very grateful to you for trying to help people to understand about those arrangements and about where decision-making lies and who has responsibility for those decisions. I think it is important to be clear that the Greater Cambridge Partnership, which is part of that, has always been intended to be and currently is a time-limited organisation. So that part of our complex and rich governance arrangements will eventually come to an end. The other part that's been reintroduced during my time as a county councillor is the combined authority, and that is not intended to come to an end and will continue to have strategic transport responsibility going forward, which I think is an important thing for us in this organisation to recognise. And it is relatively clear that both the largest political parties seem to be continuing to support directly elected mayors and combined authorities. So I think working with that organisation in the future is going to continue to be very important for us. What I had been going to say was that in the meantime, within this organisation, and my energy will go very much into making the partnerships that we have work effectively and making sure that we are providing best value for money and the best services we can to residents in Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carpen, thank you very much for your question.
Thank you.
We move on now to Ms. Jenny Williams, who is also on Zoom. Ms. Williams, you have 2 minutes to ask your question.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Jenny Williams, and I'm here on behalf of Cambridge Parents for the Sustainable Travel Zone. So my question is, given the failure of the GCP's Making Connections proposals to achieve the political support necessary to make progress, and given the County Council's ultimate responsibility for highways and transport across the county, will the County Council commit now to a timescale to bring forward revised proposals to urgently tackle congestion and air pollution in Cambridge and raise the money to fund the significant expansion into public transport that we so desperately need?
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Beckett, you're up.
Thank you. And Jenny, thank you very much for your question. It saddens me that consensus was unable to be found within the GCP. And unfortunately, despite consensus not being found, the issues that we face are still very real. Traffic on our streets causes misery, with 50 a year dying due to the effects of pollution every day. Over 60 people are still killed or seriously injured within the city by cars every year, and 44% of our climate emissions still come from transport. That doesn't even consider the weeks our residents spend in misery sitting in their cars waiting for traffic to move. Our public transport system desperately needs large-scale investment, with commercial operators still cutting services due to commercial viability. The lack of public transport has very real consequences on the life choices of many people and simply adds to the inequality inherent in our society. It limits people's access to education, healthcare, work, and so many other things. None of this is right, and large-scale reform is so rightly needed. Saying that, it's important the County Council reflects on the most appropriate solutions to the transport challenges within Cambridgeshire. While the County Council is indeed the Highways Authority, the combined authority is actually our transport provider. As a County Council, we need to support more sustainable travel options, and we continue to do so through the GCP's infrastructure programme, our Active Travel Centre of Excellence, and our work within the CPCA to transform the bus network. Cambridge has the highest rates of cycling in the country. We need not to rest on our laurels though, but improve that and go to work in the rest of our county to achieve similar figures. We need to work together to find ways to free up our city streets and make them more appealing places to both live, work, and also travel through. While the current GCP proposals haven't gained the necessary support, the status quo is clearly untenable. With the government and Michael Gove announcing significant ambitions for growth in our area, we must be bold, brave, and willing to make tough decisions and not simply use them as wedge issues for political purposes. A paper will be brought to the December Highways and Transport Committee on strategic transport matters, and we will have to see what comes of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Beckett. Ms. Williams, you have 1 minute for any subsequent questions.
Yes, I guess my follow-up question would be, you mentioned it in your response that we are an area that has a lot of active travel already. And even in the Making Connections consultation, there was a broad-based support for improvements to the bus network and active travel improvements. But due to sort of a lack of understanding among the public, that aspect of the Making Connections proposals were sidelined or ignored or misunderstood, and the focus was mostly on just the fact of the congestion charge. So the actual sustainable travel zone and the support for better public transport and active travel improvements was not part of the debate, or was not a significant part of the conversation that was going on. So it would be good to know whether or not the county council will be, in any improvements in the future, be looking to lead that conversation about public transport and active travel rather than just being, hijacked.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williams, for that. Councillor Beckett, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Yes, I very much agree. We do see incredibly high rates of cycling within the city. But to me, often we see cycling as a bolt-on, and we've seen this previously within this county council, that we've had cycling schemes and road schemes. Whereas to me, actually what we need to do is make sure all schemes are active travel schemes, all schemes work for everybody. That's part of what we're doing as our Centre of Excellence, is trying to make sure that when we look at road schemes, we consider them in the round, not just prioritising them as either a car scheme or an active travel scheme. We very much need to make sure that these two modes of transport live in harmony together and are considered as part of everything we do. It is one of the things as a joint administration that we've been very keen on, to raise the levels of walking, cycling and wheeling that we have across the county. I know some of our friends in Finland will often say that people have to drive around there, and yet we see some of the highest rates of walking in the entire county. We need to be looking at how we can get people out of their cars, and the key to doing that is to finding other means of transport so that they can still get around, be that walking, cycling or wheeling or any other form that they have. So yes, it's incredibly important to me as an administration. Yes, we are looking at what can be done to prioritise and bring forwards more active travel routes, and making sure that the maintenance is right for them so as people feel that they're able to use them, and making sure that our urban environment still feels safe to be able to use them. I know, talking to people, particularly around the city, that there are certain times that they don't feel safe being able to cycle on our roads, and we need to be addressing that where possible to make sure that everybody feels comfortable using our roads for whatever means they feel comfortable using and are able to use and is most appropriate to them. So thank you for your question. It is something we take very seriously.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Ms. Williams, thank you very much for your questions. Very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
We move on now to the next public question. So could I ask Mrs. Sarah Hughes, on behalf of Cambridgeshire Sustainable Travel Alliance, to come forward and ask her question? And Mrs. Hughes, you have 2 minutes in your own time.
Thank you. So my question is on behalf of the Cambridgeshire Sustainable Travel Alliance. We're an alliance of 31 organisations active in the areas of transport, environment and health. At the September meeting of the CPCA board, Councillor Lucy Nestlinger spoke eloquently about how a lack of public transport and active travel facilities limits people's life chances and increases inequality. She spoke about how older people cannot access healthcare because there isn't a decent bus service, and then went on stating her position as chair of skills to say that alternatives to driving are even more important for young people who may not be able to have any choice about their future. All that's available to them is what's in their village because they can't afford to drive. She said, driving is just unaffordable for an enormous number of people who are under 25 or 30. And by neglecting our public transport system and not investing sufficiently in our active travel, we will be making sure that those young people do not have the opportunities that are available in other parts of our system. However, shortly after this meeting, political support for the Sustainable Travel Zone road charge collapsed. The Sustainable Travel Zone would have put in place a mechanism to fund a much expanded bus service for the long term and improve active travel into the future. The problem is not therefore understanding the importance of buses and active travel, but rather having the political will to do anything to fix the current problems. So the Cambridgeshire Sustainable Travel Alliance would like to ask when the County Council will take action to put in place schemes that will generate sufficient long-term funding for Cambridgeshire to have the bus service and active travel facilities it requires to ensure that everyone gets the same chances in life, and secondly, what forms these schemes will take.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Netzinger, you are responding to that. Mrs. Hughes, with your subsequent questions, if you could bring the microphone slightly towards you. Thank you very much. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you very much. I will respond to the first part of the actual question first and then come back to the political will element. I do want to say I completely stand by everything I said in that meeting. It is still 100% the case that all of those things are true. So the County Council continues to work closely with partners to transform the public transport offer in Cambridge and Cambridgeshire. This includes supporting the Combined Authorities network review, its bus strategy, and opportunities associated with the new VSIP funding. In September, the Combined Authority agreed to progress an independent audit of its business case for a reformed bus industry. The business case considers bus franchising and enhanced partnerships. The audit will then allow partners to consider the most appropriate way forward for the network and how local partners can best shape service patterns, ticketing, fares, and quality of service. We continue to explore funding opportunities to unlock the changes we need to see, and work continues with many partners. And more work on that from a County Council perspective, as has already been said by Alex, will be coming to the December Highways and Transport Committee. Just to come back to the issue about the political will, in some respects, I recognise that that is the case, that what we need to make sure we have is political will for a change in our transport system. The County Council works with many partners across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, including the Greater Cambridge Partnership and the Combined Authority. We also have to work in a political environment that is in part set by national government. And one of the things that has changed significantly over the past year is the approach of national government towards road schemes and supporting active travel and public transport. It's changed in a variety of different ways, but I think it is reasonable to reflect that there have been changes, and that our own changes as a local partner have to respond to those, as well as to the changing narrative within our own area.
Thank you, Councillor Netzinger. Mrs. Hughes, you now have a minute for any subsequent question.
Last month, Stagecoach East MD Darren Rowe wrote in the Cambridge Independent, "A very real challenge does exist for our local transport network. Once a bus leaves the depot, the service punctuality is overwhelmingly reliant on the control of road management, which falls with highways and the local authority. Our region's roads are congested, leading to service cancellations and delays." And over the summer, the CSTA, the Travel Alliance, interviewed over 300 bus users in Cambridge, Huntingdon and Ely, 51% of non-park and ride users in Cambridge and 44% across the county said their services were late or unreliable. So I'd like to ask when the County Council will take action to reduce congestion in and around Cambridge, given that bus services will remain unreliable until congestion is reduced.
Thank you, Mrs. Hughes. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. So again, I completely recognise that picture that you've painted and the pressures that the congestion within Cambridge and in other areas puts on bus services around Cambridgeshire. those will be things that are addressed in the paper that comes to the Highways and Transport Committee. But I would also like to say that those issues are also being discussed very actively with our partners. And I have been involved in conversations relating to those aspects of the need to provide a more reliable bus service this week. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Netzinger. Now we move to our last question, which was to be asked on behalf of Ms. Anna Williams by Ms. Roseanne DeBow. She is stuck in traffic, ironically. So, Mrs. Hughes, I understand you are going to speak to this question on behalf of those two ladies.
Yes, Sorry, I'd like to clarify. Roxanne DeBow had a problem with the bus service this morning, which is why she was unable to speak. Her bus was delayed by inconsiderate parking. Therefore, she couldn't make her connecting bus in Huntingdon.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Mrs. Hughes. If you'd like to press on, 2 minutes.
2 years ago, the UK government made a legal commitment to reduce carbon emissions by 78% by 2035 compared to 1990 levels. How seriously is this council taking its part in achieving this commitment? There are zero mentions of the climate crisis in any of the papers or motions brought to this meeting, or acknowledgement that this matter is a key driver behind aspects of the local transport and connectivity plan. The proposals for a sustainable travel zone in Cambridge, the move away from a predict and provide method, now rejected by the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation, and the worsening state of peat soil affected roads in the county. Acting now would bring a multitude of benefits to our region. For example, the council's net zero vision says that delivering net zero by 2045 would mean our health will be better and we will have easy access to sustainable local transport and green space. One of its strategic priorities is enabling and encouraging use of low carbon transport. Its action plan says the council will work in partnership with our strategic transport partners to ensure policy and new schemes promote the travel hierarchy and contribute to carbon reductions. However, partnership working appears to have broken down at almost every level of transport strategy, and the government's latest walking and cycling statistics show that cycling levels in Cambridgeshire are lower than they were 5 years ago. For example, in 2022, only 20.4% of residents cycled at least once a week, compared with 26.1% in 2017, a fall of 22%. CamCycle would therefore like to ask if the county's policies on carbon reduction from transport are little more than warm words. When will it take significant action on improving walking, cycling and public transport in our region and give people in every district a choice of high quality and sustainable modes of travel?
Thank you, Mrs. Hughes. Councillor Netzinger, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Thank you. The County Council takes its commitment to net zero very seriously. We recognise the significant role of our transport networks have to play in achieving our ambitions. Cambridgeshire has historically had high rates of cycling. However, rates of cycling in recent years have decreased, partly as a result of COVID-19. When compared to 2013, 2020 saw large decreases in cycling rates, likely linked to the two national lockdowns during that year, which led to a reduction in travel generally, for example, for school, work and leisure. 2021 cycling volumes saw an increase from 2020 and were 9% above the 2013 volumes. However, partnership working has not stopped on cycling. We are very, very keen to continue with that. The County Council has established an active travel centre of excellence and is working closely with the Combined Authority and other partners. And we are delivering new active travel infrastructure through the government's ATF4 funding and behavioural change campaigns. It is important that the County Council reflects on the challenges and opportunities facing the network. And more on that, again, will be coming to the December Highways and Transport Committee. Just responding to some of the other things in the question. The papers for decision at this council come from a range of internal and external partners, and all of the motions to this council come from the Conservative opposition and not from the joint administration. However, I think there will almost certainly be a fairly significant degree of reflection of the joint administration's priority of climate change and improving active and public transport in the debating on those motions. Picking up on I think I'll stop there, actually. Forgotten what I was going to say.
So sensible, Councillor Netzinger. Thank you very much. Mrs. Hughes, do you have any subsequent question that you wish to ask Councillor Netzinger?
No, there's no follow-up there.
Thank you very much indeed. So thank you for stepping into the breach on behalf of CamCycle, and thank you for coming along and asking your questions. We move on to item number 5, which is on petitions and allows members of the public to present petitions in accordance with the agreed protocol. The petition relating to the reintroduction of the weed killing regime that existed before using approved chemicals was received by the deadline to allow a spokesperson to speak and contains over 50 signatures. And the petition organizer or their nominee, therefore, will be able to speak at this meeting. Details of the petition have been circulated electronically to all members and published on the Council's website. Can I ask Fenland District Councillor Charlie Marks to speak to the petition? Councillor Marks, you are very welcome. You have 3 minutes in your own time.
Thank you, Chair and Councillors, for allowing me to speak today regarding my petition referenced the lack of weed control in Cambridgeshire by the council highways. I intend to keep this brief. Over the years, weed control had been carried out by CCC both in the counties, towns and villages, and I understand a decision was taken by the council to stop this procedure in the last round of budgeting, although it was going to be with consultation with both the town and district councils in the first quarter of 2022, something that only has just happened in the last quarter of 2022. In the meantime, the weeds have run riot and grown in some places up to 3 feet in height in Mainey, the village I live in and represent as a Fenland District Councillor, and also throughout Fenland District 2. These weeds have been allowed to grow along the curbs and pathways, even through the pathways themselves, which last year were resurfaced at great cost to CCC. This is unacceptable to many residents of Fenland, as it is making our towns and villages look untidy, and some have said look like ghettos. Even worse, the roadside drains are now blocked with vegetation which during a medium or heavy downpour of rain cause localized flooding to properties. This I saw firsthand a couple of weeks ago when I got called to a property of a young family at 11 p.m. at night as the water had entered their property, following a downpour due to a drain being blocked, which with vegetation further down their road. Once we removed the weeds, the water ran free and stopped the flooding. Councillors, a less charitable speaker would say the reason for stopping the spraying of weeds on footpaths and roadsides was purely down to saving money and nothing to do with the environment or fauna or flora. But I am sure that may have been in part why this decision was made. However, I would like to point out that any weed killer used has to pass stringent tests and is to a standard not to cause harm to the wildlife, etc. Unfortunately, the saving made this year by not carrying out weed control will, I am sure, be far outweighed by the costings going forward, which the council will have to pick up regarding unblocking drains, repairing ingress of weeds through tarmac on footpaths, etc. And also indirectly the cost to residents who have already seen their properties flood through no fault of their own. In summary, I, as many of the residents I represent and fellow councillors in Fenland, believe this cost-cutting exercise has not worked and would ask the immediate reinstatement of weed control by spraying across not only Fenland, but Cambridgeshire too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marks, for coming along this morning, and thank you for the petition. I will be writing to you after this meeting with the council's response. Members are advised that there is no specific debate now on the petition, and as members will be aware, we have a motion on this item later on the agenda. So thank you very much indeed, Councillor Marks. It's good to see you here this morning. Before I proceed with the rest of the agenda, can I remind you about the audio and voting system? In order to register to speak, can you please raise your hand? Don't touch any buttons. And I will add you to the list of speakers, and Mrs. Rowe will be keeping a beady eye open as well. When I invite you to speak, then you can press a button. I know how you are. If you wish to raise a point of order or a point of personal explanation, you will need to raise your hand. Do not press the button. I will be strict about both the raising of a point of order or a point of personal explanation. Raising a point of order means that the member believes that there's been a breach of the council rules of procedure or law. So I will require the member to indicate the rule or law which he or she considers has been broken. If this is challenged, I will, as chair, be the final arbiter. A point of personal explanation may only relate to some material part of an earlier speech by the member raising the point, which may appear to have been misunderstood in the present debate. Again, I will make the final decision. I'd also like to remind members that if a member rises to either of these points, any other member currently speaking should immediately be quiet until the point has been determined. So, everybody, here we go. Item 6, items for determination from the Adult and Health Committee. The Ombudsman report on prescribing in drug and alcohol services, this is referred to as for determination from Adults and Health Committee. So can I ask the chair of the Adults and Health Committee, Councillor Howitt, to move that the recommendation set out on page 2 of the agenda be adopted, and the vice chair, Councillor Dr. Van der Ven, to second. Councillor Howitt.
Thank you. As some members will be aware, where there's an Ombudsman's report, it is considered not simply by the relevant service committee, but at full council itself. And this is the procedure that we are following today, Chair. The Ombudsman Service is an important component of accountability for this council and for all councils, and an important route for redress for citizens when councils get things wrong. I welcome the Ombudsman's report in this instance. Both officers and members have studied it carefully, and on behalf of the council, I fully accept its recommendations, and I thank the Ombudsman Service for stating that our response has been appropriate. This investigation itself concerns our commissioned provider, Change Grow Live CGL, who undertake drug and alcohol services on behalf of Cambridgeshire County Council's public health function. The case concerns 3 clients with long-term prescriptions for benzodiazepine, a drug used to treat people with mental health issues, including those experiencing psychotic symptoms. This drug can have long-term addictive and other harmful effects, and both local and national guidance require prescribers to encourage users to end their dependency. The Ombudsman's initial inquiries led us to ask an independent clinical pharmacist to review what had happened. I am pleased that this concluded that both national NICE guidelines and CGL's own policy had been followed, with reduction in drug use being discussed with clients. But we agreed that there has been a failure of record keeping to properly log this. Full and contemporaneous record keeping is an important part of safeguarding clients across our services. So we are and will take steps to ensure that this failing is not repeated. This will include employing a pharmacist to audit all of our Public Health Commission services on a continuing basis. All members should also heed the lesson that whilst these are obligations for our providers, they may remain the responsibility of the council too. Chair, in all such cases, it is important to reflect whether errors identified might indicate wider problems with a service. In this case, I want to report to you that Change Grow Live has been responsible for treating 2,632 service users in the past year and is exceeding national performance targets for both clients making substantial progress and also in clients completing their course of treatment. Additionally, CGL is very close to achieving whole system elimination of hepatitis C. We will be one of the biggest systems to do so, and micro-elimination status has already been achieved in the Fenland service. I am assured that this provider continues to do an excellent job on our behalf. In closing, I want to say that sadly, there is not always public sympathy for those who suffer drugs or alcohol addiction, and that the harm created often goes beyond those suffering to families and to communities too. But this report shows that in Cambridgeshire County Council, we will uphold the rights of those service users just as much as we uphold the rights of any citizen in this county, and that we will continue to provide a service which does its very best to end the consequences of drug and alcohol addiction for us all.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Dr. Van der Ven, you are seconding this. Do you wish to speak now or to speak later?
I would simply say thank you, Councillor Howard. I think you've covered everything and I don't have anything to add, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, it's now open for debate. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. This report did come a few days ago to the meeting of the Adults and Health Committee and was debated at some length with a great deal, it has to be said, of unanimity across the committee. The first thing to say, and it really is important, is that however serious this Ombudsman report is, and it is serious, it didn't, the occurrences which took place did not create any harm for any of the individuals for whom we or our contractors have responsibility. And it's really important that that matter is emphasised, that we're not talking here about an occasion when there have been bad effects on individuals concerned. It was a matter of a failure of record keeping and, wider than that, a failure of control, but it didn't have those personal effects. That's really an important point to make. Additionally, this report was about our contractor for whom we have a legal liability as well. And that contractor we have is Change, Grow, Live, which is quite a large provider to us of services in quite a number of different areas. And I have to say, as the opposition member with responsibility for speaking on matters of adults and health, that I share the chair of that committee's belief that we continue to have strong support for and confidence in Change, Grow, Live, and what it does and how it does it. At that committee meeting, I did ask a question of Councillor Hewitt as chair of the committee, and said that it would be unfair of me to expect an immediate answer from him, but said that I would raise that question at full council, which is where we are today. And that question was, have we got assurance now, and Councillor Hewitt's had a fair amount of time to get this assurance, have we assurance that nowhere else within our remit, whether it be Change, Grow, Live, or any of our other contractors, is there a situation where we haven't had the control and the record keeping of medicine which has been given to patients? And I think it's vitally important that we do get that assurance that we don't have a similar occurrence which has taken place elsewhere, whether it be with Change, Grow, Live, or with any other organization that we've got responsibility for. Because in this case, there were no deleterious results. In other cases, there could be deleterious results as a result of a failure of control, which follows a failure of record keeping. And it is very important indeed that we are able to give assurance to the residents of the county as a whole that this problem hasn't occurred and isn't occurring anywhere else. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. I see no other members indicating they wish to speak, in which case we are at the summing up. Councillor Howard.
First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Bowden for his attention to this report, for what he said at the committee and what he has said today. I think that's an important part of demonstrating that this council as a whole is prepared and open to learning when we get things wrong. So thank you very much indeed for that. In terms of the question, I think the best answer I can provide now is that this has highlighted a shortcoming. And we need to act to ensure that all our commission services properly act and respect the recommendation that has been given to us. I am confident that our commission services, whether they're the adult social care services or the public health services, are regularly scrutinised by our officers for their record keeping. But what this report shows is that we can do better again and should do better again. And I've got no hesitation in saying that in reply to the question. And we will now be ensuring that prescribing updates and issues are discussed at every contract monitoring meeting. This is additional to the quarterly contract monitoring, which already includes oversight of serious incidents, reporting of deaths and mortality reviews and other complaints. I don't think I can therefore give 100% assurance, but I can give 100% assurance of our vigilance and our intention to do so. And as I say, I thank Councillor Bowden for his work on this issue.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Councillor Howard. We'll now move to the vote. There seems to be general consensus in support of the motion. If anyone disagrees, can you please raise your hand? No disagreement. I see no objections, so we shall take the motion as carried. We now move on to next item number 7, which is the Health and Wellbeing Board Integrated Care Partnership Annual Report 2022-23. Can I ask the Council's lead member for Health and Wellbeing, Councillor Dr. van der Ven, to move that the recommendations set out on page 24 of the report be adopted, and ask the Council's other representative on the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Health and Wellbeing Board, Councillor Howitt, to second. Councillor Dr. van der Ven, you have up to 5 minutes.
Gosh, more than I thought. I'll speak now, if I may. I'm pleased to present this report of the Health and Wellbeing Board and the Integrated Care Partnership. It's the first annual report, and in fact, it only covers 9 months up to last April, and there's been a lot of activity since then. I could talk about the very daunting bureaucracy that dictates the responsibilities and ways of working for the new integrated care system, in which this council, as local authority for social care and public health, now sits at the table alongside our many NHS partners, working toward an integrated health and care system. It's more complicated than it sounds, isn't it? Or I could talk about the hair-raising pressures faced by every organization at that table, but you wouldn't be surprised, because we know this council's extreme pressures, and we know from personal experience the pressures faced by our GPs and other health services. What I would like to say is something about our duty of care and what we are trying to do in principle. Firstly, we are collaborative and we are passionate about that. We're passionate about working together with our partners and empathizing with one another and understanding each other's position so that we can deliver together. Our focus is prevention of ill health in the first place. We shouldn't end up in hospital if we don't have to. That means reducing inequalities. Life expectancy gaps in our county are unacceptable, and every child should have an equal chance to live a healthy life. But this is not the case. Just as we expect our partners to go the extra mile and move into that prevention space when what's raining down demands reactive, so must we. The prevention space inhabits every committee and service area of this council. Effective work thus far has included the ICS dissemination of funds without overprescription to districts and down to communities, which have generated the community-led development of warm hubs and new localized social care where it had not existed before. Another one is the South Cambs District Council's Free to Feed campaign, which is now one of several infant community breastfeeding schemes that are establishing themselves. The Disabled Facilities Grant is designed to support people to live independently at home for longer. A new stair lift, for example, to allow someone to get up to their bedroom. However, long waiting lists here due to a shortage of OTs to carry out the assessments needed to let the applications go forward highlights how workforce gaps in one organization impact the work of another. And I think it's fair to say that workforce strength and stability is probably one of the top headlines for all of our organizations. You'll see in this council's aspirations for social care workforce development, the report that went to the Adults and Health Committee earlier this month. That is the nutshell of a very big beast. Our next meeting is this Friday in this room. I know Councillor Howard and I would both welcome a chat with anyone anytime if you'd like to learn more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. van der Ven. Councillor Howard, you are seconding this recommendation. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
Reserve right, please.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Apologies for speaking again, but this meeting seems to be quite heavy on the subjects of both health and the state of the roads in Finland. This is an important paper we've got in front of us, and it comes around every year, of course, and it's going to be very useful. However, it would be even more useful if it were slightly more honest about the difficulties that we've faced. Now, I have to say that I have, and the Councillor Hewitt will bear this out, I have from the very beginning said that I was not happy with the scope of the Health Act, which has created the new integrated care system. And particularly, I've not been happy about the fact that silo mentality is still not merely encouraged, but almost it's almost mandated as a result of the way in which the health reforms were created. And they were created by a Conservative government. I'm not making a party political point here. I just feel that that reform, and we seem to get a once in a generation reform of the health system, but that reform was not radical enough. And I'm sorry to say that one of the things which I predicted has come about here in Cambridgeshire, and that is to do with the Learning Disability Partnership. Now, that was created back in 2002, believe it or not with the Integrated Care Board, not even with the Clinical Commissioning Group, but with the NHS in its format before that reorganisation. So since 2002, we in this council have had a Section 75 agreement with the health service in its various forms to integrate our work for those residents who have learning disabilities or autism, so that there is a seamless service which is provided to those individuals. So they don't need to be worried about whether it's social care or health provision which is being provided. And we have been forced now to give notice of termination of that agreement which has been in place for 21 years. And it is a great shame that we've done so. It's the very opposite of integration. It is disintegration. We are separating out our function now from the function of the NHS. And the fault, and we're going to be quite open and honest about this, the fault of this does not lie in the slightest with Cambridgeshire County Council. It lies with the NHS and the way in which they have reacted to our attempts over many years to try to have a fair allocation of costs between social care and health. And this has been going on since I was the vice chair of the Adults Committee, which is going back quite a few years now. This has been going on for a long period of time, and there has been intransigence shown on the part of the NHS. And that's because it's not in their financial interests, it's not in the interests of the silo that they're operating within to address this issue properly. And we've been forced, and I'm not in any way saying that we've done the wrong thing here, I think we've done the right thing, but we've been forced to serve notice on them that this service which we've provided in a joint manner since 2002 is to be terminated next autumn. Now, I'd have thought that that would have been an appropriate thing to bring out in this report, because this has been ongoing for a long period of time, and we need, when producing reports like this, to show both the positives and the negatives. And in this case, the negative isn't down to the County Council. I keep on wanting to emphasise, I'm not making any party political point against the joint administration here. I believe the joint administration has done the right thing in serving this notice on the NHS. But it would help when reports like this are being produced, especially given that this is a long-standing issue which was going on not just in 22-23, but for at least 4 years beforehand. I would have thought it would be helpful in such a report as this to at least mention, if not highlight, this as a serious problem. And it's not going to be a standalone problem. The amounts of money we're talking about here, by the way, aren't small. We're talking about over £100 million a year, which is spent on this joint service. So this is a major issue, major amount of money involved. There's a major amount of money involved which we have been paying for, which should have been paid for by the NHS over a long period of time. And the failure of the system, the new system under the new Health Act, the failure of the system to allow for a proper reconciliation of this is a condemnation of the way in which A, the Health Act was actually written, and B, the way it's being implemented in our local area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Right, I have a list of speakers. First up is Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. So I'm delighted that we have this document coming before us today. I think it's a really excellent document, and I think they are really important priorities. And I think it's worth spending a little bit of time on the priorities that are in here and taking note of just how broad they are. Because these are not priorities which are focused on things which are for the NHS or for local care services to deliver. These are priorities which cut across all aspects of the work of this council and its partners, and indeed the whole of society. I'm particularly pleased to see the emphasis in those priorities on reducing poverty and improving mental health, as those are two of the 4 key priorities in the document. The role of poverty and of mental health well-being in wider health have been increasingly clear in this post-pandemic world, when so many families have been struggling with the cost of living and with all the stress that that has brought. And it is really important to see that those are really, really highlighted in this paper. So I just wanted to say that I think this is a really useful and important document. It has been brought together with very strong partnership working actually across a number of organisations. And I think I will certainly attempt to play my part in taking responsibility for making sure it is taken forward, not just in the Health Committee at this council, but across all the committees. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Slatter.
Thank you, Chair. It is indeed a really important and useful document. Here's two more. Now, last week we had the Health Watch Summit. I think Councillor Howard and I were the only county councillors at that summit. Pressure of time may be, but very, very important work is done by Health Watch. And it is a crucial stage as far as the residents are concerned in terms of improving healthcare and social care and the combination of them. Here's another important document, and this is produced by the County Council. I hope you all have copies of this, several copies, so that you can go through it with residents, because we all have residents who have healthcare and social care needs, and usually a combination of the two, and we try to help them through the system. I'm just a backbencher on the Health Committee, but I do take every opportunity I can to make the most of these, of the liaison groups and these more general forums, because these are where our residents find help. These are where we make links with the voluntary sector. And in the case that Councillor Bowden has already referred to of the Learning Disability Partnership, it was an occasion for me to have a quiet word with one of the officers directly involved in that, not in a way interfering with the system, but just so that they knew that we as councillors support our council officers as we do the local voluntary groups that many of us I know are directly involved in. So my point is that we need to be aware of the rather messy bits and pieces that help make ICS work. I am rather glad that I'm not on the ICB and have to go with the much more esoteric theories. I'm quite happy to get down and do the basics with the help with my fellow councillors, officers, and the voluntary sector. But please do make sure that you are all aware of Health Watch. I used to know it as the Community Health Committee, I think. Wasn't that the same body that sort of mutated into this? It is an excellent organisation, organised very well, and the summit was exactly on this subject. Perhaps more councillors can get along to it next time. I thoroughly recommend that. And you can get hold of this, it's in the libraries, if nowhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slatter. Councillor Dr. Daunton.
Thank you. I'd like to make a slightly different point, and I welcome the report, and particularly the cross-partnership working and the range of activities. This is a report about health and well-being. I don't see any mention of it of art and music and the role of art and music in well-being. And I'd like to ask if the partners could explore that and really capitalise on all the good local groups, music and art groups, and embrace those as part of well-being. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I have no other speakers who have indicated, so Councillor Howard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, thank you to Councillor Bowden. I shouldn't get into the habit of thanking you too much, but I am today. There's a lot that you said in your speech that I totally agree with. And the reform that has taken place to create integrated care systems is not perfect. I don't think my party would have chosen it if we were in government, but we are where we are. And I think the history of the last decade or so has been that big top-down restructurings of the health service normally do more harm than good. So maybe it's the responsibility of all of us to make this work to the best of our ability rather than tear it up and have a whole other restructuring. That's just a personal point of view. I accept that we have a really important role, and this was in our February 2022 paper, to ensure local accountability and democratic accountability to these structures. And both myself and Councillor van der Ven are in constant dialogue with our Chief Executive Officer, who serves on the Integrated Care Board, and with our Director of Public Health. And we will seek to bring forward even more visible, even more transparent reporting arrangements within this council in relation to that. In terms of why the difficulties that we have over the Learning Disabilities Partnership are not in this paper, it's not a paper that is about everything in the health realm. It's about the work of the Health and Wellbeing Board Integrated Care Partnership and of the strategy that they have developed. And those issues to do with the LDP have been dealt with in the committee, as you know, not within the Health and Wellbeing Board. So I don't think there's been any attention to exclude it, but I place on record again, I thank the cross-party consensus there is to support our officers in seeking a fair funding solution between ourselves and health partners and people with learning disabilities. Whatever financial pressures the local health service is under, and they are, we have a community of people with learning disabilities and their families in this county that we have a duty to serve, and we have a duty to serve them with social care, and the health service has a duty to serve them with health support, and they cannot be shortchanged. And my appeal at committee and my appeal again at full council today is it's not too late to save an integrated service. We are willing to do it if there can be a proper recognition of the needs of people with learning disabilities in the county and a fair funding settlement between ourselves and the NHS. It is clearly in the interest of people with learning disabilities that they continue to receive a seamless service integrated between our two services. And I actually think it is a test of the integrated care system and our ability to integrate in other service areas that we can overcome these difficulties. And on behalf of the council, we will do everything possible to try and save that, but we need our health partners to work with us to do so. Finally, there's much in this report that I commend Councillor van der Ven and all of the people that work with her that I'm deeply proud of. I think we've taken a huge step forward in the last 2 years in terms of the Health and Wellbeing Board becoming a committee in common with the Integrated Care Partnership, so that we are working as closely as possible in planning with health, that we have a care strategy, as the leader of the council has said, which fully takes account of the social determinants of health. Under our Director of Public Health, we have adopted a population health management approach, which means that we are more analytical than ever on ensuring that health outcomes drive our policy decisions. We are utterly even more determined to attack health inequalities, but we have seen that the provision of universal rather than targeted services can sometimes be the best way of achieving it. And finally, Chair, this administration adopted a policy of health in all policies, that health isn't just an issue for the Health and Wellbeing Board or the Adults and Health Committee, it's an issue of every committee of this council and every directorate of this council. I think we've made some good steps in that area, but could we do more? Could all of you as colleagues do more to really promote the health in all policies approach? Yes, you and we could. And I do want to use this speech to appeal to all of you and all of us to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. And finally, Councillor Dr. van der Ven.
Thank you. Thank you for all the comments. Oops, can you hear me? Is that better? I'll sit down. Yeah, so the report, as I mentioned, goes up till April. It doesn't cover operational matters between ourselves and our partners, as Councillor Howitt said, but yes, I take on board, of course, what you said, the disappointment around that particular issue. I think an interesting facet that the involvement of a local authority on the ICS has brought is the insistence of honesty of the challenge and accountability that exists. You know, we are democratically accountable, and I think that's a good thing that we bring to the ICS. Our specific technical duties as a Health and Wellbeing Board are two things. We are required to produce the Joint Strategic Needs Assessment, JSNAs, probably something we don't come across every day, but if you can take a moment, Google Cambridgeshire Insight, it's on our website, look at the JSNAs. They are fascinating pictures of our communities, the multiple deprivation in our individual wards, topics that will interest many people here on transport and health, which I'm going to refer to later. Our other responsibility is the pharmaceutical needs assessment. We need to assess whether there is adequate pharmacy provision in our communities. We did this exercise last year, and it needs to be renewed because we have new concerns. Just carrying on, I want to thank Councillor Nessinger for drawing attention to our priorities, which are really thematic. Entering and exiting education for young children, are they ready? The obesity crisis in our work on environment, skills and housing. Councillor Slatter and Councillor Daunton talk about very basic community life, and that is, I think, ultimately the focus. How do we improve well-being and health at community level? How can we challenge, how can our hospitals actually do their outreach and prevention work in communities far from the biomedical campus or Hinchingbrook or wherever they may be? In this council, I do like to talk about the junior travel ambassadors. The Highways Committee has the honor of managing this bit of money from public health, which is about young children becoming ambassadors for active travel in their communities. How are we going to provide more physical activity for children and encourage them in active travel? That is, I would say, a prime example of the challenge within our local authority to improve the health and well-being of children. So that's how it works inside the local authority. And finally, thank you to Councillor Howitt for reiterating the health and all policies dimension of this council. It is something for every committee. And I look forward to next year's report when hopefully we'll have some more to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to the vote. There seems to be general consensus in support of the motion. If anybody disagrees, could they please indicate? That being the case, I see no objections. We shall take that motion as carried. Next item is item 8, which are recommendations to full council from the Constitution and Ethics Committee. The proposed changes to the Constitution are on pages 38 to 59 of your agenda. As Vice Chair of the Constitution and Ethics Committee, I will move that the recommendations as set out in the report be adopted. Can I ask Councillor Dupre to second and ask if you wish to reserve your right to speak? Thank you very much. The motions are in front of you. Does anybody have any comment, questions, or debate to be had? In which case, Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I raised some minor items with Emma Duncan earlier on by email, which I'm sure you can deal with under chairs and vice chairs authority.
Thank you for that. There being no other speakers, Councillor Dupre, is there anything you want to add? Right, well, this is all very exciting. So there seems to be general consensus in support of the motion. If anybody disagrees, if you could please raise your hand. There being no objections, we will take those as carried. We move on then to item number 9. So I move from the chair that the allocation of seats and substitutes on the Cambridge Joint Area Committee to political groups in accordance with the political balance rules as set out in this report be approved. Councillor Ferguson, would you like to second?
I am happy to second, Chair.
Thank you. Any comments or debate? There seems to be a general consensus yet again in support of the motion. If anybody disagrees, please indicate. Nobody has, so that is carried. We move next to item number 10, appointments to outside bodies. I move as chair that Councillor Anna Bradnam be appointed as the Liberal Democrat representative on the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and Councillor Michael Atkins be appointed as the substitute. Can I ask Councillor Ferguson to second?
Happy to second that motion, Chair.
Thank you. Any comment? No. Seems to be general consensus. Anybody disagree? Please raise your hand. I see no objections, so she will take that motion as carried. We move on to item number 11, written motions, and 5 motions have been submitted. In the absence still of Councillor Count, my understanding is Councillor Goldsack, you are going to move and speak to the motion. as set out on pages 3 and 4 of the council agenda. Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair, and well, good afternoon, Council. Shakespeare once said, all the world's a stage and all the men and women merely players. In our world, the county is the stage. The main cast, the Greater Cambridgeshire Partnership, the Mayor of the Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority with supporting cast of the county and Peterborough City Councils, amongst others. They all know the storyline, but have failed to agree on a final version of their lines. Importantly, much like the Bard himself, they need to bring the audience with them. Unfortunately, the cast have played their uncoordinated dress rehearsals before a line audience, telling them that it was polished and a finished one-act play, no intermission, no further acts, no plan B. So unsurprisingly, the public, playing the part of the audience, have booed them off the stage. We acknowledge the efforts and the intentions of all those involved. The road towards a comprehensive, sustainable transport solution is no less than an epic journey. However, as we travel towards a new future, the boulder-strewn canyon called road charging, where we were all once funneled towards, is clearly visible in the rearview mirror. Now finding ourselves facing a new foggy, mist-shrouded road ahead. It's time to unite. We simply must unite and find solutions that go beyond road charging, illuminating the path ahead, seeking and embracing a broader and acceptable perspective. Our county is well equipped to navigate this challenging terrain, but only if we agree to work together. The time has come for all the players to unite, to seek not what separates, but what unites us. To recognise the audience will not buy the tickets necessary for some to resurrect their tragedy based on road charging. I know some of you would like to dwell on the past. Instead, let's focus on the opportunities before us, championing the needs of the residents, businesses, and essence of Cambridge here. The stage is set, the players assembled. It is our collective duty to write a new chapter in our history. Those are the words of Steve Count, and they follow on very nicely from the questions we've had this morning. Excellent public questions this morning, talking about a repeated phrase of political will. This motion is all about pulling together that political will to do what's right for the people of Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. Councillor Corney, I understand you are seconding this. Do you wish to speak?
Apologies, Chairman. It's actually Councillor Hay that's seconded. It's my fault. Sorry.
That's what I had in my original notes. Councillor Hay.
Yes, I wish to reserve my right to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I already have a long list of speakers. Councillor Milnes, you're first.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, you have to feel a tiny little bit sorry for members opposite. Their party is, after all, facing potential annihilation at the next general election. They lost 1,000 local government seats last May, one of their worst performances ever. They've had the survival of their prime ministers unfavourably compared with that of a lettuce. And just last week, Rishi Sunak's approval ratings plummeted 20 points after his party's conference. And here today, we face the reality of that party in crisis, in full climate denial mode, in full congestion denial mode, clutching at straws. And most obvious of all, this motion before us shows that the current Tory obsession with road charging. It is clear that the motion's primary purpose is to proscribe, to refute road charging as a component of any congestion relief plan, or as a component of a route to better bus service provision. And that is a denial of the inevitability of road charging from government of any colour to compensate for the multi-billion-pound loss of vehicle excise duty and fuel tax. It's on its way. And let's be clear, the motion is wrong when it states that the GCP didn't have a plan B. Of course it had a plan B. That was what was presented after we'd reviewed the response to the Making Connections consultation. And that changed plan was very well received, particularly by those initially unsure. And the combined authority did have a new transport and connectivity plan. But this was met with a Peterborough Tory party in local crisis, a last-ditch tactic from their unlikely to survive leader, who has been prepared to put his own political survival ahead of the needs of the community. How familiar does that sound? So before it quickly degrades, Councillor Count's motion starts off well enough to bring together decision makers. Indeed, this reflects one idea already floated, something akin to locking all decision makers in a room and not letting them out until we have a decision. And we actually have some successful models of that, including the independently run GCP Citizens Assembly, which took place over 2 weekends back in 2019. And more modestly, in recent months, we've had a local rural bus summit, a mayoral transport conference, and an active Travel England conference in Peterborough, where all the local authorities and experts gathered to thrash out solutions to the problems we're encountering. Although I don't remember seeing Wayne there. And anyway, this proffered collaboration, is it real or illusory, Chair? Without any sense of irony, considering the £12 million wasted by their former mayor and his vanity cam project, they impugn the money spent on producing an updated CPCA transport plan and on the GCP's business case preparation, both of which were required to progress the plans, but which have now been thrown away. And Chair, like others in this meeting room, the leader of the opposition still seems to be pining for the days when this council was the statutory transport authority. So I was actually pleased to hear my colleague, Councillor Beckett, remind us that it's the CPCA that's the statutory transport authority. We can't make decisions without the involvement of the 6 other local authorities that make up the CPCA. Indeed, that seems to be the heart of the problem. We cannot trust the opposition to work in partnership with us in a reliable, trustworthy way, a way that will not put political ambition ahead of the needs of our communities. Without that trust, Chair, I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Milnes. Councillor Van de Ven, you're next, but could I ask colleagues, I know it's very tempting to do sotto voce comments, but they're not that sotto. So, Councillor Dr. Van de Ven.
Thank you. Last week, when I met the Combined Authority bus officers tasked with the bus service review for my division, I asked whether one of the subsidized services in my division, and they are all subsidized, could be tweaked to take in additional demand and boost ridership. The answer was no. Due to congestion in Cambridge, there's no wriggle room in the timetable, and I'm talking about out in Bassingbourn and Melbourne, long way from Cambridge. This motion provides a good description of the situation which marks out 2023 in the timeline of failed efforts to make headway on Cambridgeshire public transport. I support the motion's principle of collaboration, but the call rings hollow given that the Making Connections scheme has been undermined for reasons of political self-interest from the start. I'll be voting against the motion because it sets a red line excluding congestion charging. True exploration of the options looks at all the tools in the box, and that's what Making Connections has done, meticulously and methodically over 7 to 8 years, with a final set of recommendations recently published, and they should have been on our table today. In the GCP's exploration, road charging came out as the most effective tool for cleaner air and better transport and access around Greater Cambridge. Road charging keeps roads open, unlike road closures, and provides a transformational boost to public and active travel. The congestion problem is fundamental to an effective bus system, and it won't go away on its own. We should remember that congestion charging as a tool was not rejected by the GCP. Rather, the scheme presented to the board could not be taken forward due to a collapse in political support. What we do know is that strongest support for road charging came from young people who will have been very young indeed back in 2009, when on a cross-party basis, the Conservative-controlled County Council supported, in fact, introduced congestion charging to prevent the gridlock that was forecast to undermine the local economy and to provide revenue funding for a stronger network of bus services. Sadly, the funding for the scheme vanished in the wake of the financial crash. Fast forward to today, We are dealing with a legacy of the 2010 Tory administration's decision to eliminate all bus subsidies. With diminishing transport and access, inequalities have widened in every community. A cohort of our population lives without reasonable access to health services, education, and jobs. Air quality has worsened for those young people. We heard earlier today about our duties with the Integrated Care Partnership in reducing health inequalities, and know that transport and access and clean air are headline players here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. van der Ven. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you, Chair. No one wanted a congestion charge. We do need to move more people in and out and around Cambridge than is possible by car alone. And I think the motion sort of acknowledges this. To progress transport across Cambridgeshire, we need to move away from the current privatized bus business model, a model that seeks to maximize profits for German commercial banks, for instance, while minimizing costs. In effect, moving as close as possible to continue to receive public funds while running no buses at all. Of course, it is the same with water companies and all the rest. This is a major contributor to such high cost of living. In contrast, in partnership with the CPCA, we want to run as many services as we can for the available money. And while I'm talking about the CPCA, Chair, the combined authority is the Transport Authority, as we have heard, not the Highways Authority. A congestion charge would be up to the Cambridgeshire County Council or Peterborough City Council, not the combined authority. The desire for traffic demand reduction comes to us from the Conservative central government. And what it looks like from the Mayor's point of view is providing alternatives to driving, options, better public transport, more connections, more off-road active transport routes. The local transport and connectivity plan has no road user charging included, none. I would rather that central government properly funded buses. Evidence shows that for every pound spent on public transport, the economy gets more than 4 in return. It is a good investment in our country, but the current government has actually been reducing support for buses over the past decade. In their absence of proper ongoing funding from central government for the vast improvement in passenger and alternative transport that we need, with a ticket price to encourage modal shift, we have to have an ongoing income stream. Road user charging was identified during the previous Conservative administration. It is no good just complaining about congestion and loss of potential economic activity. As a council, we are charged to deal with it. Chair, I think it is truly a shame that Conservatives have spent so much time, effort, and money wrecking progress in this area, maintaining the misery for motorists, businesses, and the real economy, and the rest of our people. Our plans were and are about choice, options, rather than forcing motorists to always use a car, forcing people to buy a car, and those who cannot afford a car or would rather spend their money on something else, they are left with no options at all. Nothing for the 40% of Cambridge households with no car. Nothing for the 61% of commuter trips from within Cambridge that are currently car-free. Nothing for poorer workers or students or families who currently pay a quarter of their income running a car, and nothing to allow more to travel car-free. Certainly, I don't think bringing the wreckers into the administration would make progress any more likely. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm one of 3 county council appointees to the Greater Cambridge Partnership Assembly. I think officers did a very good job of listening to and considering all the feedback received from the consultation and polling, and then coming up with some new alternatives, which they presented to us on the 7th of September. This motion goes a long way in establishing a way forward. All things being equal, I would have supported the motion, but unfortunately, it does not go far enough. It doesn't mention, for example, that it was the Conservative at Peterborough City Council that vetoed the local transport connectivity plan that the combined authority had proposed. There's no mention in the motion of public transport and how better buses might be funded, which is a fundamental part of making connections. It also rules out road charging, which is thoroughly confusing to me, considering it was the Government Transport Committee, chaired by Conservative MP Hugh Merriman, which said road charging is needed to offset a fiscal black hole. So if the Conservatives centrally in government are saying it's needed, why are we saying locally it's not? To rule out one method of raising money now seems premature when all options must remain on the table as we move forward. We may not adopt road charging, but it doesn't mean it should not be considered. For those reasons, I'll be voting against the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. As has been pointed out quite correctly, transport is now the responsibility of the CPCA rather than the County Council. Nevertheless, the County Council plays an important part in the work which the CPCA does as far as transport is concerned. And of course, the Council is one of the constituent members of the CPCA. And within the CPCA, I'm sorry that what has happened has happened. I'm sorry that the local transport and connectivity plan was rejected, but it was inevitable given the weaknesses that there were within it. The first weakness within it was that it still contained, even if in disguised form, many elements of the narrative of the war on motorists, which has been levied particularly by the mayor and his supporters. The second thing which was wrong with the plan was that it was only partially funded, and then with the loss of the Cambridge congestion charge, it became totally unfunded. So we really were being asked to vote for a policy which didn't comply with what many people wanted, and was also unfunded, so it was rather a pointless plan in the first place. Now, I'm sorry that there has been some party politics being brought into this, especially by Councillor Mills and Councillor Schuyler, but it might be worthwhile just pointing out one or two things. Councillor Mills, talking about last May's elections, didn't bother pointing out that actually in Cambridgeshire, we bucked the trend as far as the local elections were concerned. We in Fenland had an increase in the Conservative majority from 13 seats to 27 seats on the council. And look what happened in East Cambridgeshire, where we were told so confidently that the Liberal Democrats were going to take control, and they didn't. And what has that been put down to? It's been put down primarily to local people's concerns about what is being attempted to be forced on them as far as transport is concerned. Now, what this motion actually says, and look at what it asks for. It asks for the voting members of the combined authority, and that includes Councillor Netzinger and myself, together with the various chief executives, to get together and to agree about how we can move forwards. Agreement can only happen with some degree of compromise. And I, for one, can say I'm more than willing to compromise, as is my council. And in Fenland District Council, we did pass a motion at our full council meeting saying that we wanted to rescue the good parts, and there were many good parts, of the local transport and connectivity plan, but we needed to eliminate those parts which were unnecessary, unhelpful, or unworkable. And as far as that is concerned, given that we don't have any money to implement the plan, one of the things which would be sensible is prioritization. And that is prioritizing those things which are within the plan so that we actually manage to give a degree of support where necessary, in whatever way may be necessary, to transport solutions, recognizing the fact that we have a very diverse county. And what is appropriate in one place isn't necessarily appropriate in another place. One size fits all doesn't work. Yet that plan was a one size fits all plan. Prioritization, recognizing the lack of finances to be able to put the plan forward, can actually assist in assuring ourselves that we don't have one size fits all, and that we do look at those areas where certain schemes may be necessary, and we work together as a whole, as a combined authority, across party political divide. We can work together to implement that whilst not forcing it in areas where it's either not wanted, not needed, or can't be afforded. There is room for compromise here. There is room for agreement here. And that is what this motion is asking for. It's asking for the chief executive to convene a meeting where it's going to be possible for the mayor and the elected representatives of the board and the chief executives to work out how we move forwards in a positive way. I give my commitment personally, as one of the members of that, I give my commitment to making that work. And I hope that this council will agree that it's an appropriate means of moving forwards. I have to say, we shouldn't be asking our chief executive to do this. This should really be being done by the mayor. Ultimately, it's the combined authority and the mayor who have responsibility for transport. And I have to tell you that as an elected member of the combined authority, since the LTCP was rejected, the mayor hasn't made a single move towards me in order to try to work out how we can move forwards by means of cooperation. So I'm willing to be cooperative. Others are willing to be cooperative. We'll all need to compromise, but we do need to do so by talking to each other. And what we're asking here is for our chief executive to start that process of talking. I'll be receptive to that. I hope that this council will be receptive to that idea as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Just so everyone is aware, we have 13 speakers yet to go. And so I intend to break at past as we are required for half an hour for lunch. So, Councillor Slatter.
Thank you, Chair. Like all county councillors, since the publication of the GCP's proposals last September, I have spent a great deal of time in online debate, public consultation events, email correspondence, and face-to-face discussion with well over 100 individual residents from a wide variety of personal circumstances and parts of the county. Starting back in September last year, I sought out and listened carefully to their responses to the Making Connections consultation, but was frustrated and increasingly angered by the need to spend more time explaining what the proposals actually were than informed discussion of how we could improve on them. As time went on, there was less and less reasonable public debate and a great deal of electioneering by those who saw a cheap and easy way of gaining electoral support at the expense of those disadvantaged members of the public who it is our duty to look after. I have tried on several occasions to have a conversation with individual members of the opposition, asking them how they think we can pay for the improvements in bus services we so desperately need. I was shocked by the essentially lazy response that we are against the congestion charge. Some even admitted they'd not read the Making Connections brochure, and refusal to engage in the essential work of a local councillor to design a combination of policies to address this fearsomely complicated combination of problems. At the beginning of a full council meeting recently, you will remember we had a desperate question from the mother of teenage sons who are unable to get to college safely because there are no bus services. Later in the meeting, bizarrely, we had complaints from opposition councillors about the declining bus services in their areas, as if they were completely unaware of the Making Connections proposals. We all know of the ways in which educational choices, employment options, access to healthcare, the very social fabric of our communities are threatened by transport poverty, without access to private cars. In many areas, our residents cannot use the services which we provide and they pay for. At the Health Watch Summit last week, lack of public transport was identified again and again and again as a major contribution to social isolation, loss of independence, and declining physical and mental health and well-being. Unusually, among developed countries, our government has set its face against subsidising public transport from central taxation. We have no alternative in Cambridgeshire but to seek ways of making up for their neglect and abdication of responsibility. And yet, we have a motion from Councillor Count which completely fails to even mention public transport. You'll be surprised to hear I shall be voting against it.
Thank you, Councillor Slatter. And last before lunch, Councillor Moschini.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairman. I was kind of preparing for break, but there we go. I have every consideration and I feel very warmly towards my colleagues who have been speaking with the best of intentions. But please, can I say just how absolutely bloody tiresome this is? I am, we've all been in that meeting. I don't want this to be that meeting that could have been an email. But members esteemed, I present you the motion that could have been an email. And indeed, I have had not many, I have very many emails in my inbox in the last few weeks and months, many of them quite nasty. So I would question in the strongest possible terms the right of some of the people and some of the political parties who are the problem to masquerade as now wanting, incredibly enough, to be the solution after shooting at the knees of every solution we have brought forward up till now. Here are a few things in Councillor Count's motion which are true. The Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority has not been able to progress the local transport and connectivity plan proposed by the Mayor. I wonder whose fault that was. I wonder who vetoed it, given everybody else was happy. And you will notice I did not read the rest because the remaining 4 words in that bullet point are a disgusting lie. The current situation is unsustainable. That is absolutely true. And I wonder who's been in charge of public transport and road and highways for the last few decades and what they've done about it. This situation is deficient for the daily needs of our residents and harmful to the confidence, investment decision and growth of businesses, as well as damaging to the confidence necessary in government to secure any further funding. I agree, and I wonder what potentially scrapping a very viable solution might have done to compound that. So do me a favor, for the love of God, stop pretending that you want to solve the problems that you have created. Stop lying. That would also help too. It might bring you some more goodwill from this side of the house.
Councillor Bowden.
May I suggest, Chair, that that isn't appropriate language. I know in Parliament they tend to use words like terminological inexactitude to try and get away from the word liar. But if we are going to allow that sort of word to be used, then it's going to be used on all sides, and I don't think that's helpful, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Councillor Moschini, I think that it's worth bearing in mind.
Point taken, Mr. Chairman, point taken. So I would like to ask the opposition who brought this motion, I would like to ask them for once, please tell me what you want. I don't want to hear about wanting solutions. Yes, we all do that. I don't want to hear any vagueness, and I don't want to hear any restatement of the problem. We know what the problem is. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you actually think should be done. Start taking some responsibility for once. And it was only very slightly amusing that Councillor Count, for whom Councillor Goldsack was speaking, fancies himself Richard III. So I will tell you what I want in closing. A bus, my meager earnings, and they're not very big, for a bus. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. On that happy note, we will adjourn until 1 o'clock. Thank you. Right, members, if we could get back to business, please. And I shall start by saying we have 13 people still left to speak on this, of which the first 3 are in the chamber, so that's sad. And I also have a Hatley Parish Council meeting at 7 o'clock, so that is my target. I should also remind members that I will start interrupting them if I feel they are repeating what other members have already said. So, Councillor Goff, you're up.
Thank you. I really do not like the political undercurrent of this motion. But actually, I'm unhappy with where we are on the whole matter. But this motion is not going to help one jot. Councillor Count's motion outlines the current elements of the impasse, but then he has the temerity to complain that there is no plan B. The Conservatives in this chamber and outside were absolutely central to creating that situation and the vitriol that went along with it. And that, Chair, seems to be all too common with the current Conservative brand, going all out to break something without actually having a viable alternative to offer. So we're left with no alternative for the sixth formers in my division, who still spend over 3 hours each day going back and forth to Hills Road or Long Road on the terrible bus service. No alternative for people without cars in my division, who need to get to Addenbrooke's for an appointment. They will still need to take a taxi, £26 each way. No alternative to offer the young person in my division who wants the independence of earning some money from a weekend job, but can't hold that job down because they cannot get to work on time by bus. And now the opposition not only want to be seen as deal makers, but want to define and constrain the parameters of any solutions. Absolutely not. I'll be voting against this.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to address some of the comments that have been made in this debate so far, Councillor Slatter felt annoyed at having to explain these policies to the public when she's been having discussions with them. And I would suggest that the public are perfectly able to understand that all of the policies, most of the public, they just don't want to pay a congestion charge. And I know that that's hard to get past, but if you don't get past it, you're going to keep being stuck in the explain mode. She also complained that the Conservatives wouldn't talk, that they said at the outset, we just don't want a congestion charge. Well, yes. No, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I'm absolutely happy to offer suggestions and advice to help get to where you want to get to, as long as that starts on the assumption that there will be no congestion charge. That is key. Certainly it's key for me. People don't want to pay it. I don't know how we can be any clearer. Councillor Shaler said that nobody wanted a congestion charge. Now, I don't know what Councillor Shaler wanted, but I suggest there were quite a lot of members on the other side who were salivating over the idea of a congestion charge for all different reasons, I accept, but actually love the idea of it. And this war on motorists thing is absolutely true. It's to different levels with different people and for different reasons, but it's true. Councillor Machini, it was all bloody tiresome, she said. She's very unhappy about it all, particularly doesn't like the nasty emails. Well, I don't think it's nice for anyone to get nasty emails, but if you put forward a policy that most of the public don't agree with, they're going to tell you. And that's just how it is. Now, a number of meetings ago, we discussed the congestion charge in here before under a different heading. And I remember standing up and saying at the time, you're going to have to withdraw this back. And I tried to make an honest proposal. I said, taking the politics out of it, the public don't want this. They don't want to pay to travel in and out of their homes and their work and their businesses and the hospital. They don't want to pay. They don't want to pay an extra charge, and they're never going to want to pay it. And you will end up taking it back. And now I was sneered at in the chamber, as you would expect. And now here we are, months later, and they've had to do exactly what I predicted, which is roll the whole thing back as it crumbles to dust, and the consensus with the Liberals and the Labour has fallen to pieces. Of course it has, because it was a stupid idea in the first place, Chairman, and it's going to keep being a stupid idea. Now, with my political hat on, I quite like the fact that they refused to back this motion and won't take away a congestion charge. The public were quite pleased that the idea had gone away, but they didn't trust that it was real. What the public seem to believe on online forums is that it will come back as soon as it's politically expedient to do so under some slightly altered form. And when you refuse to back a motion like this, you're just confirming what they already believe. And for me, I think that's great, because you're just going to lose election after election because of it. However, with my Best for Cambridgeshire hat on, I wish you would rethink and simply take this idea off the table. Let's move towards trying to find travel solutions to people that don't involve taxing them till they can't afford to pay for their food. It's just not fair, and people don't want to do it. And finally, Chairman, Councillor Mills seemed to have, the only argument Councillor Mills seemed to have was a denier about this, that and the other. Now, that's fine, you can say that if you like, but you're a reality denier if you think anyone's ever going to accept a congestion charge. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. A few points which I've got to pick up from. In terms of Councillor Mills spoke, Plan B, the revised proposal. If he really believed that, why did he, as a GCP member, not vote for it? He talks about £12 million wasted on the CAM by the previous mayor. The CAM was a futuristic solution to Cambridge's issues. Yes, it was expensive, but it was a sensible attempt with one of the world's best tunnelling experts on board to solve the issues. The current Labour mayor has in 2.5 years achieved absolutely nothing. Councillor Shaler, how says that the Conservatives have wrecked the congestion charge. You have the votes on the GCP and the County Council to have got that through. So I'm not sure why you're blaming us for that. If you believed it, you could actually go for that. But I'll take to one point. It's very interesting, the letter signed by the prospective parliamentary Liberal Democrat candidates who just don't want to push, who just want to push this into the long grass until after the election, including a very prominent cabinet member at South Cambridgeshire who is the climate champion. I think this is because you're worried about the votes. This motion asks for everyone to work together. Sadly, it would appear that the ruling administration doesn't want to do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. So Shakespeare from the opposition, eh? Well, Shakespeare also said that there's no more faith in thee than in a stewed prune. So there is that. This motion purports to be an invitation to sit round the table. But what's on that table? What's on offer from the party opposite to address the appalling shortage of public transport in Cambridgeshire, over which they have presided for decades? No government funding, certainly. Even when HS2 was cancelled and we were told of all the projects all around the country which would receive a share of the cash, the list was quickly withdrawn and we were told they were just examples. So we're on our own, clearly. What solutions will the Conservatives actually say yes to? Road charging? No, obviously. Mayoral levy? No, they oppose that. Workplace parking levy? No, they oppose that too. Demand responsive transport? No, they tried to stop that. East-West Rail? No, Anthony Brown MP is trying to sink that. Local transport and connectivity plan? No, they vetoed that. If there is anything at all to which the Conservatives are prepared to say yes, we have yet to hear it. Councillor Milnes was absolutely right that it is impossible to sit round a table and discuss collective solutions with a party that has absolutely no idea about partnership and which has spent the last year and a half not only whipping up hostility, but promoting the language of hate. There's nothing in this motion and there's nothing on their table.
Thank you for that. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that when members bring motions to the council, and I certainly feel this myself, they should be in good faith. However, I don't feel that with this particular motion. Councillor Count and colleagues are working with other colleagues in Peterborough, as we know, to scupper the LTCP for Cambridgeshire. I think most of us are aware this is a 50-page document, including rail connectivity, active travel, addressing congestion in all parts of Cambridgeshire. It tackles road safety and those who have been killed and seriously injured. It addresses every community in every part of the county. Every part of the county was specifically addressed. It addresses social isolation issues, air quality, and needs of getting to work. But because this document mentioned in one paragraph that road charging sometime in the future is a possibility, Councillor Count and other colleagues scuppered it. And as has been mentioned before, this is against the backdrop of the Commons Transport Committee saying some kind of road charging in the future is inevitable because of electric car growth. So I'm sorry, but as I said at the start, I don't feel that the motion is in good faith. Councillor Count's perspective is very much on the time horizon until the next election. The document for the LTCP is talking about the next 25 years. So turning to my own colleagues on the sustainable travel zone and the congestion charge, it was presented as two parts of this 25-year strategy. A number of us in the joint administration, both Lib Dem and Labour, never claimed to have all the answers, but we felt that these components, with the rest of this plan, delivered some of them. So, Chair, in summary, the motion is not the answer to our issues and our problems going forward. If Councillor Count and others come forward with support for the LTCP, then we could and we should talk again. But I can't support this current motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I just think all members should consider quite what they're doing here. I often do it, and I think, what on earth are you doing here, Bill? And it comes to me, and I'm representing the people of an area between Soham and Hadnam, and that word represent actually says to me, but it doesn't matter what you think, Bill, you're the voice of those people. You should, even if you disagree with it, you should do what they say. They are the boss in a democracy. That's what I believe. And a lot of people even have democracy in their party title. And what are they trying to do? Go against the wishes of the people. Now, when I first heard about this possibility of congestion charge, I thought, oh my goodness, I represent people in Streatham and Wilburton, for example. They can't afford to live in Cambridge. They haven't got PhDs. They have to live outside Cambridge, and they live in places like Streatham and Wilburton. And they drive in to keep the schools clean, to keep the hospitals clean, to do the work that makes Cambridge exist and makes it happen. And they don't earn a fortune. And the last thing they want is a £5 a day. The last thing, and as Councillor Tierney said, it's quite clear they don't want it. Now, the consultation that went on in East Cambs, as far as I could see, was about 20 people or 30 people were hidden for 3 hours in at the back room in the library on the Market Square with no signs downstairs to tell him what was going on. The market was as ever busy, but the back room that nobody knew existed was, I think we had about 20 people, 30 people there. And that was what I think the consultation went with East Cambs. I don't think there was much in Fenland or Huntingdon either. And what happens is everybody is so Cambridge centric, they think, oh, what can we do in Cambridge? What can we do in Cambridge? And don't ask the people who are affected. You know, the plumbers, the chippies, and all those people who want to come or have to come in with their transit van to Cambridge to do work, £10 a day some. Well, I mean, isn't that absolutely ridiculous? Even on the official consultation, more people didn't want it than did want it. And that's after these ridiculous questions like, would you like a better bus service? Would you like a cleaner bus service? Would you want to start at 6 in the morning and go on till 2 in the morning? Of course they're going to say yes, but even then they didn't. Also, there was a by-election in Arbury, which I went working on. And it had been Labour for years and years and years for the city council. We went to the doors and said, do you realise what's going to happen? Oh, we're not paying that. And of course, Labour lost the seat. I happen to be also a district councillor from East Cambs. And of course, actually on election day, I got elected twice. I got elected back to this place and also to the East Cambs District Council because I said, what do you want? What do you want? And they were all saying, we had a East Cambs consultation and over 80% said no. Now, what part of that don't people understand? It is clear the people don't want it, and we are servants of the people. Even if it goes against your own opinion, you should be guided by the people who put you here. And to lose track of that is to lose track of everything. So I will be supporting Steve Count, even though he isn't here. It's sad that he isn't, but of course I will. And I want to stick up for the people's right to decide what happens to them. And I will always stick up for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Hoy.
Thank you. I did have to laugh at Councillor Slatter's point before lunch that we are doing this to win votes, because if you buy that argument and you think that lots of people are going to vote for us because they are against congestion charge, that suggests the public are against the congestion charge. So I don't understand why you would not then do what they want. We are here to represent the public. So what you all appear to be saying is that you know the public don't want congestion charge, but you're all too intelligent and know too much and know what's best for them, and you know better than they do, and so you need to enact it on them because they are too silly to understand what they want. And that doesn't surprise me, because I've sat here every single council meeting. I sit here, we get these lectures and we get told how silly we are, how stupid we are, how we're full of hate. And it was exactly the same in the Brexit debate. People were told how stupid they were, these little Englanders that didn't understand. And look what happened there. And the reason that happened was because people, and again, I've said it before, much to people's amazement, I voted Remain, because, you know, I won't go into the whole reasons here and rehearse that, but people, a lot of the reason people did vote to leave is almost as fingers up to the establishment to say, stop telling us how stupid we are. We aren't stupid people. We've got just as much right to have an opinion as anybody else. It was mentioned about the LTCP being vetoed. I'm glad it was, absolutely glad it was, because rather than giving us the money, just from a Wisbech perspective, rather than give us the money that we were promised under the Wisbech Access Study, Dr. Nick's bright idea was to actually reduce capacity on that roundabout that was supposed to be improved and made larger. He wanted to reduce capacity on it and put in a bus lane for the 1 bus an hour that travels on that road. So obviously, how is that going to be received by local residents who use that road every day and are faced with queue after queue after queue? I'm not saying that we don't want more buses on that road. Why would we not? But again, it's what comes first. Councillor Machini asked, we're not giving any plans. What do we want? Well, I'll tell you what I want. I want is the railway we were promised. I want road improvements that we were promised. The roundabout expansions, the Broad End Road roundabout that's supposed to stop people from having car accidents. The A47 to be dualled so people can move free. Things that we have been promised for years and years and years that local residents are asking for. Now, the final thing I'd like to say is when I mentioned quite a few councils ago, I think I asked Councillor Netzinger a question about the road charging and said that it appeared to me that the CPCA was going to try and bring in road charging everywhere. I was mocked, I was ridiculed, I was told I was lying, I was exaggerating, I was being political. But here we have it today. People are denying that they want to introduce congestion charge, but they won't vote for this motion. And the truth is, you all want congestion charge. You're quite happy to have it. You want to tax people to drive on the roads, and you're just not being honest about it.
Thank you for that. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. How very timely. My not being honest about it feeds quite nicely into the start of my contribution, which is from the Transport Committee in the House of Commons, dated the 4th of February 2022. This is a Transport Committee that has a Conservative majority. The committee explored whether introducing road pricing could replace declining tax volumes and improve congestion. A broad range of organisations and individuals submitted evidence. The majority expressed support in principle for the introduction of road pricing. The next sentence, the next paragraph, road pricing would support other government priorities, such as increasing active travel, decarbonising transport, and increasing infrastructure investment. Following paragraph, introducing road pricing is an opportunity for the UK to be a world leader. Paragraph after that, if motoring taxation is linked to road usage, the committee has not seen a viable alternative to a road pricing system. So that all comes from policy from our then government, a Conservative-led government with a very significant Conservative majority in that committee. So when we are hearing here that the Conservatives are anti-congestion charging and anti-road pricing, that was not the policy framework that we were operating in February 2022, 6 months before the Making Connections proposals and consultation was launched. So I recognise that there are some in this room who are angry with me for the role I played in stopping the work on the Making Connections proposal this autumn. And I think it's worthwhile making it clear in this place that I remain 100% committed to dealing with the issues which that scheme was designed to tackle. But in a situation where government policy seems to be changing on the whim of a Prime Minister who seems determined to ditch any attempt at decent government on the aim of rescuing a few Conservative votes, any Conservative votes he can, by creating false wedge issues and by pandering to social media conspiracy rubbish about non-existent policies such as 7 bins and fictions about wars on motorists, we do not need lectures on working together from council account or any on that side of the chamber. We need a new government, and that cannot come fast enough. The Conservatives have done worse than wrecking any charge. They have wrecked our country, leaving so many families struggling to afford food or heating, let alone any thought of being able to pay for driving lessons or astronomical insurance prices for their children. The Conservatives seem to have no interest in the large sections of our community who cannot drive, the young, the old, those who cannot afford it, or those who have disabilities which make driving impossible. We must work for better transport options for those people and for their families, and I and other members of the Chamber will continue to do that in collaboration with our colleagues on the Combined Authority who set strategic transport policy. But I totally agree with Councillor MacDonald. This motion was not brought in good faith. It was brought with the intention of putting stuff on Conservative leaflets, and I have no hesitation in voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. Way back when we had a Conservative Mayor Palmer, I was on the bus reform task force with him. Not much changed, but work was done towards looking at franchising at that time. And we recognised at that time that that was a realistic way of proceeding to try and get control of the bus services so that we could improve them. So when we came to Making Connections, I supported the work of the Greater Cambridge Partnership, undertaking that difficult task that we gave them. We commissioned those officers to consider how could we improve public transport in and around Cambridge, and how were we going to fund it? And so the officers went away and did their best. They ran extensive public consultation, and they listened, and they came up with they recognized the answers that people came back with, the responses that people came back with. They came up with a plan B, as others have suggested. But this, which could have proceeded, had it not been spoken against by MPs in the area who whipped up antagonism against the project. Now, let's face it. Of course, it's not going to be easy. Of course, it will be difficult. But actually, I think if we could have proceeded with that, we could have had a solution. The reason I shall be voting against Councillor Count's motion is that it totally forgets the way that we can solve the problem. Yes, of course, we want better public transport. I resent the fact that youngsters locally have to choose their further education choices on the basis of where they can get to, rather than the course they'd really like to do. And so we need better public transport. But the crazy thing about Councillor Count's motion, is that he takes off the table the single most likely thing to provide sufficient funding to deliver that better public transport system. I believe we should go ahead and talk more and more and try and explore the options. But we should also have all of the options for delivering that solution on the table. It is inappropriate to take the single most likely thing to solve the problem off the table. So I shall be voting against Councillor Count's motion.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bradnam. We have 6 more speakers, so I am drawing the line unless somebody panics and realizes that there is something still to be said, which I find hard to believe. But perhaps Councillor Beckett, as you're next up, you can disabuse me of that.
Once more into the breach, dear friends, once more. Sorry to continue the Shakespeare that we have, but I think it's important to stress members of the opposition here declare this as a war on motorists. The government declares this as a war on motorists. This is not a war. We should not be thinking of it as a war. This is a place where we should all be working together. By making it a war and by turning it into a wedge issue, you completely lose the fact of how difficult this is and how much it requires us all to work together. These are some of the most serious issues affecting our time, and we need to work together, not simply wedge it for political gain. It comes as no shock that we discuss this today when we've heard from Roxanne DeBow from Camcycle couldn't get here because her bus didn't make it and got stuck. Councillor Count's car broke down today, so he couldn't make it. I dread to think what the repairs might cost Councillor Count to fix his car with whatever happened to it. The sunk costs of owning a car are so often not taken into account. We heard Councillor Tierney here saying today that people didn't want to pay for the congestion charge. And we heard Councillor Hunt talking about the cost of coming from Streatham and paying for it. Well, I did some quick maths on how much it would, over the total cost of car ownership it costs to get from Streatham to the biomedical campus and back, and it's about £12 a day. So therefore, the people that are driving there are already paying that, and therefore they need public transport or other ways to be able to help them that are cheaper. We so often forget the sunk costs that we have with our motor vehicles and just count it out of the window. We cannot do that. We have so many people that are more disadvantaged. The poorest 40% don't own cars that need the help to be able to get to these places. The cost of car ownership needs to be factored in anything we do. But fundamentally, we need better public transport. We need less traffic in our cities. We need less pollution. We need less deaths and seriously injured people on our roads caused by cars. We need to stop climate change. We need all of these things. This motion has a lot in it, which I agree with. It might shock you there. Councillor Count says the situation is deficient for the daily needs of our residents. I agree. Councillor Count says short-term improvements have become increasingly necessary. Again, I agree. A long-term sustainable solution also remains a key requirement. I agree. But to go back to what so many people have said, the Conservatives here aren't coming up with solutions. They're asking for more discussion. We have gone around and around with the discussions. We actually need to come to solutions. It's so easy to talk. It's so difficult to actually come up with something that people are willing to vote for and willing to do. And that, my friends, is what's actually important. We all like to talk as councillors. I know we do. It's why we're here. But actually, what's more important is getting things done for our local residents. Ruling out road pricing for a start is also utterly silly. We've heard from Councillor Nethsinger just what the government acknowledges that it's needed. Hugh Merriman says as much. The government makes 25.94 billion in 2022 from petrol and petrol taxes. That is obviously going away as we move to decarbonisation of transport. Where is that money going to come from? That money that funds our services that we need so much. There is really only one option that people can see, and that is road pricing. So it is coming at all of us, and just ruling it out is stupid because it's coming anyway. The government says that it needs to come. They are the ones pushing all of this. It's not that we will be doing it. It is the fact that central government has to do it because there are no other options. So having that there is just silly. We need to discuss all of this. Transport is undergoing one of the biggest changes in 100 years at the moment. Social scientists all say that major change points are where you can actually make a difference for the good. And that is what we need to be doing now. We need to be seeing this as an opportunity, this change, this decarbonisation, to find out where we can make our lives better for people. So I'm always willing to talk to the Conservatives about this and my friends on the other side. I know at the Highways and Transport Committee, we often work together. We're often unanimous in our votes. And in fact, I believe at the last Highways and Transport Committee meeting, we've all voted together on pretty much everything. I think the only person that didn't vote with us was Councillor Hunt on 20 miles an hour and a few other things. But otherwise, we voted together. So I'm very up for talking to the Conservatives, but it needs to be done without preconditions. And it needs to be done with them being willing to actually implement something. Less talk, more doing.
Thank you for that. Councillor Boulat.
Thank you, Chair. What an inspiring and positive debate, as usual. I would like to just first reassure Councillor Hunt, actually, Councillor Hunt's motion. Councillor Hunt, from my personal experience and that of many friends who previously lived in Cambridge, having a PhD in itself doesn't mean one can justify any more affording to live in the city. So I would like to move away from this kind of Cambridge-centric, Cambridge people as opposed to everyone else debate. I think it's very damaging because the reality is there are areas that are deprived and people who are struggling, especially as a result of this government's cost of living crisis in every single district, whether you live in Huntington or in March or in Cambridge City or in South Camps. There are people who are like suffering the cost of living crisis regardless, and a lot of people who are pushed away from cities and towns, living further away from their jobs and therefore creating more transport pressure. On this motion, I cannot support it because what it asks us is to actually commit to a blanket policy, which is a blanket policy against something rather than for something. It says very clearly that you cannot support any element of road charging. So for me, that's something that can't even take into consideration local needs. And for example, that perhaps some solutions that could be appropriate to be discussed in a city like Cambridge may not be appropriate for Peterborough or for Stevenage, regardless what the Tory literature in those areas says to you, kind of trying to compare as if all those places are the same and same transport solutions can be applied when obviously this is not the case. So I'd like us to have a pragmatic debate on this, and you can't just rule out a certain mechanism or another and actually not be able to take into account the specifics of a local area. As previously mentioned in the debate, I also can't support this because road charging has been considered nationally and will very likely be considered again by future governments and therefore affect the decisions that we're able to take and in the local area. So if this comes up at the national level, like whether we say here or not, whether we want to do this or not, we can have national government actually setting a framework for this. And in that case, the important question for me is whether we can actually have a funding mechanism where we can ring fence local funds for our local priorities rather than everything going to the treasury if such a policy will be a part of the national framework on this. So my contribution is just to suggest to the opposition that their efforts, if they're really so against this as a policy or a consideration, given what is happening nationally as well, I would suggest that their efforts would be best spent lobbying their own party, the Conservative Party in government, to repeal the Part 3 of the Transport Act 2000 on road user charging and workplace parking levy, which gives powers to look into and introduce those things at the local level. I would suggest that the efforts are best spent there. It will fit perfectly with the war on motorists debate soundbites, because to be honest, this is what is left for them at the general election in terms of campaigning. So good luck with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Black.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it's with despair that you see 5 more motions about transport on our agenda paper. This council spends so much more on other things, has huge responsibilities such as social care. And we're talking about this when 3 care homes have been closed in the county this month by a company ultimately owned by a limited partnership in the Cayman Islands. Residents moved to their detriment after multiple care quality commission failures by these homes about people not being treated with dignity or respect. And this after spending on adult social care fell by 12% between 2010 and 2019. And we have a motion here. What a vacuous motion it is. We have a chance for the opposition to set out what their policy is, what they would do to solve our problems on transport. And what do we have in the instruction to this motion? An instruction to hold another meeting. Well, hallelujah. Why has nobody ever thought of that before? So it shows an opposition that is bereft of ideas. They might as well be submitting motions about the dodo or the tooth fairy, because we have this rhetoric about a war on motorists. That is as imaginary as the tooth fairy, and the dodo is as dead as the congestion charge. And it's not been killed by the Tory party either. I'd like to pay tribute to the much more constructive role played by trade unions like GMB and Unite and Cambridge Trades Council in the debate. And if we're to say who really killed it, I'd have thought it's probably the Liberal Democrat prospective candidate for South Cambridgeshire. who can claim the credit or otherwise for killing the congestion charge. So here we have a motion where we're looking, as the mover says, in the rear view mirror at something that is rapidly receding in the rear view mirror. You are no longer going to have the chance to make lots of political capital about the congestion charge, because the congestion charge has ceased to be. It is an ex-congestion charge. And I think Councillor Hoy might be a little bit in denial as well. All this stuff. The Conservative Party is the elite. You've been in government for years. You represent the most rich and powerful people in the country. It's not the Conservative Party against some sort of elite that's out there. They are the people who run the country and run businesses and do everything that goes wrong in this country as well. So then end on something positive. Well, let's do something a bit negative as well. Nobody was persuaded that Stagecoach would ever be able to run a first-class world-class bus service. And what we really must go ahead with is franchising for the public transport in our area, and further than that, because that would only take us as far as where the railways are. And we know how unpopular the privatisation of the railways is. We need to have a publicly owned bus service so that we have actually public transport that is run for the needs of people rather than private profit. So I'll leave us with that thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simon King.
Thank you, Chair. To continue the theme of quotations, I'm reminded of this one, that the members of the joint administration protest too much, methinks. And some of the vituperation coming from some of the joint administration members, quite extraordinary. And it's very disappointing, because that's not what we get elected for. And I think that perhaps it shows that our opposition to the congestion charge has indeed hit a nerve amongst some people. And that's because, as several of us have said on this side, we are representing the views of the electorate. And some members of the joint administration, by their support for the congestion charge, do not. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Right, finally we get to Councillor Hay. You reserved your right to speak. Now is the opportunity. You don't have to stand up if you don't want to.
I prefer to stand, thank you. I've listened carefully to everything everyone's got to say, and can I just say I'm extremely disappointed with the responses from Councillor Milnes, Meccini and Nethensayer and others who seem more interested in Tory bashing than putting politics aside to work together to find a sustainable transport solution that can be supported, as this motion sets out to do. I would remind you all that the core purpose of this motion, which is to help bring together speedily those able to decide on how to proceed to a new transport solution, not dependent on a revenue derived from road charging. The residents of Cambridgeshire made their voices heard loud and clear. They wanted better public transport, but not at any cost. The vast majority of residents were totally against road charging. Now that we've been told that GCP is not progressing with the congestion charge, and the Mayor has not been able to progress with the local transport and connectivity plan, which, far from Councillor Shayler's assertion, did include an element of road charging, as told to me whilst in conversations with CPCA officers. We need to stop the war on the motorists and look again at how we can achieve an integrated transport solution fit for the future, one that suits all. Up until now, the GCP and CPCA have been working separately, but it is vital that they now step out of their silo mentality and start working together. This will avoid costly duplication and should produce a better outcome for all. We've already seen within the motion that Cambridge County Council and Peterborough City Council, as both the current highways authorities and previous transport authorities, have the skills and expertise to deliver many of the transport solutions that could be proposed. They, together with representatives from the second tier authorities who will have a better understanding of the transport needs within their communities, have a lot to give. And I would like to think that we could proceed with a solution agreed by all the relevant stakeholders, one that will have the support of the majority of residents in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. I know it is likely to fall on deaf ears, but I would say to all members, think long and hard before casting your vote on this motion. And I would ask you to all to listen to the residents and support the motion. To do anything other than support would leave me asking the question, like those EU Remainers who refused to accept the will of the people back in 2016, are you also hell-bent on ignoring the will of Cambridgeshire residents by your continuing desire to bring in road charging? Thank you.
Thank you for that. And finally, Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I have an impossible job to sum up because I'd need a lot more than 5 minutes, so I'm not going to. Thank you very much for reminding me. I am going to read the asks of the motion. Ever so simple. Excuse me for sitting down. Council therefore asks the Chief Executive to invite the Mayor of the CPCA, political leaders of both strategic and all 5 second-tier authorities, together with the Chief Executives of the organisations and the Chief Executive of the GCP, as well as the Chair of the CPCA Business Board, to an initial meeting to discuss how to arrive at potential solutions that do not rely on any element of road charging. Second point, the leaders of the joint administration at Cambridgeshire County Council to consider whether there's any further influential decision makers that should be invited. That's what you're turning down. That's what all the rhetoric from wannabe MPs that we've just heard, who want to blame everything in the world on the government when you're elected as county councillors. Take some responsibility. This is what you're doing, right? If you want to talk about the political infighting, what about the speech made by Councillor Machini blaming the Lib Dems for wrecking the thing, backed up by one of her colleagues earlier? It was made at the GCP. What about that? Look, this is absolutely straightforward. I really am surprised, not shocked. Nothing shocks us in this room anymore, does it? I am actually quite surprised at the level and the heat of this debate. And I tell you what this is. This reminds me of any David Attenborough program you want to watch, and the fledglings are in the nest. And they know that the next leap is really, really critical, and it's a big one. But actually, you've got to trust your mother and jump out of that nest and go on with the others, and then you'll learn to fly. Get around the table and talk. It's the only way to do it. Keep bringing up to us all your prescribed answers that you know best, right? And if you want an example, I think it was Councillor Boulat, forgive me, I ran out of paper on my notes, but I think it was Councillor Boulat that said, you know, the council, the Cambridge-centric thing. You know, the only way we get to see a bus in Isleham is if we watch EastEnders. Fact. It's the only way we get to see a bus. We don't know what a bus looks like, right? And there are many, many people out there like that. And yet you're talking about, God, we had to wait 20 minutes for a bus. You know, this is ridiculous. We want to sit around the table and talk. We want to sit around the table and help be part of the solution. You want to keep us at arm's length and come to us, then expect us for the answers to negative points. That's your prerogative. I'm just imploring you to come back to the basics. The point of this, right? The public is genuinely spoken. We've had a full auditorium in here of people wanting to speak anti the congestion charge. Okay, that congestion charge is dead. I like your statement, Mr. Black. Thank you very much. It is as dead as the dodo. It's as dead as a parrot, right? So let's move forward with it. Take that off the table and let's sit around the table and try and find answers to this. I was mocked. People said to me online during these debates, what's your idea? I was mocked when I said, I've had the good pleasure in my life, despite my erstwhile physique, to have been skiing a few times. And in skiing, you get multi-person transport above ground. Oh, but the good people of Cambridge, that might spoil some of the views. If you had an arterial one of them going down the major roads and bringing them into the centre, and from the pickup points of the buses, here we go. So don't say we're devoid of ideas, right? Sit round the table and explore them. Or you could rather flippantly, having failed miserably to believe in them, sit there and giggle at them when they come out. That's your choice. Absolutely your choice. Can I just remind everybody, right? Sorry, can I just remind everybody in the last few seconds of this summing up, okay? I am today the David Fairclough of the Conservative Party. I am super sub standing in for our leader, Steve. I'm very happy to do so. I think he's made a very open approach here today for dialogue and talk, regardless of what people think, right? You have misread it. You've felt you're wounded because you didn't get what you wanted, right? It's time to listen and sit around the table and talk. That's all we're asking for, and that's all the motion does. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. We will now move to the vote. Oh, yes, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chair. May I request a recorded vote on this matter? If I have 13 of my colleagues who are willing to support me, a recorded vote, because I think it's very important indeed that the people of Cambridge get on record who votes in favour of this motion and who decides that they continue to want congestion charging.
Thank you. Not a point of order, but it is a request. Yes, I can see more than 13 hands, so we will take a recorded vote because there is clearly not a general consensus in support of the motion. So, Mrs. Rowe, are you able to set forth for a recorded vote?
Yes, Chair. What we do is you cast your vote and then that will appear in the minutes as a separate section at the back. So I don't propose to read all your individual names out if that's okay with everybody. Okay. We'll start the vote. Come up. Okay. Yeah. And a sec. Yeah. Okay. Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. van der Ven. Perhaps somebody will sort that out.
Okay, it's hers then. Is it working? Is it?
As Councillor Dr. van der Ven appears to be unplugged, shall we just take a note of her vote?
Councillor van der Ven, can you indicate how you would wish to vote? It should be. You voted? Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Councillor van der Ven, can you indicate how you wish to vote, please? Against. I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 21 votes in favour, 32 votes against and no abstentions. The motion is therefore lost.
Thank you very much. That concludes discussion of the first of 5 motions. We now move to the second motion submitted by Councillor Sharp. Can I ask Councillor Sharp to move and speak to his motion as set out on pages 4 and 5 of the Council agenda? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be relatively brief, and it's obviously up to members because it does mention sustainable travel zone in the motion, but one would hope that we've had that debate just now, but still, we will see. This motion tries to bring attention to the apparent change that is occurring to planning advice from highways on new developments. The apparent change is that the planning team will look at the available highway capacity and limit the number of car trips that can be accommodated in deciding their recommendation. If that change is true, then the ability for this county to grow will be severely restricted, especially in the knowledge that Cambridgeshire is the fastest growing county in Great Britain. As you're aware, with the lack of alternative transport, car use is a vital part of the life of residents in our market towns and villages, for them to get to work, buy food or get to education and health services. We do need to look at all solutions to improve travel around the county, not just a negative restriction on car use in certain developments. However, we have seen some solutions that are causing the congestion issue rather than taking it away, with some of the active travel solutions with bus services delayed in their routes. I know it is a compromise, some of those active travel things, because you can improve it for one user, but maybe it causes issues for others, but we've got to try. Increased growth is important for this county to grow, yet transport solutions proposed by the GCP and CPCA lack any credible business plans as to how those solutions will be funded. This motion is really about procedure. And therefore, if you look at the recommendation, I would ask that a report on this issue be prepared for Highways and Transport Committee so it can be properly debated and understood, as should be the case for any such change in policy, if that is a change in policy. It follows the democratic process that I believe in. Sometimes the decisions of democracy go against you, but you have to accept them as a true Democrat. We've already had, and we've got a Weeds motion later on, where part of the issue around that is that it never got debated at committee. So I would ask that members, I would recommend this motion to the council and ask that members support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Tierney, do you wish to speak now, or do you want to reserve your right to speak?
Reserve my right to speak, please.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. So the debate is now open. Councillor Milnes.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, Alan, really? 40 minutes.
Through the chair, please, Councillor Milnes.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Chair, through you. Really? 40 minutes to travel.
Sorry, Councillor Sharp, can you switch your microphone off, please? Right, let's try that again, shall we?
Thanks for the rehearsal opportunity, Chair. Oh, Alan, 40, this is true. 40 minutes to travel 2.2 miles this morning from Stapleford to the junction on Addenbrooks, followed by watching nearly half a mile of traffic on the M11 trying to get off to go to the CBC site. We need less private vehicles on our roads. We need more space for public transport. We're not anti-motorists. We are the motorists that are sat there wasting our time and money in creating the problem that we're complaining about, all the cars, the congestion. When do we get a chance to explain that it's not free to sit in a queue? It costs a lot of money. We need our public transport put in place to give people a decent opportunity to go about their daily lives. The opportunity cost of being sat in traffic is part of the sunk cost, total cost equation that we ignore at our peril. We need congestion relief. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Sharp started with the lack of alternatives to cars means that cars remain, etc. And that really is the problem. We are looking for alternatives, choices. As you can see in the accompanying notes, officers know what they are doing. This is not a case of interpretation. The policies come from central government. For instance, a given development might require so much extra highway construction, the cost that will make the project itself become uneconomic when relying on cars alone. Now, as was said, we spoke about the STZ earlier. I want to concentrate on the war on the motorist. This is a refrain coming from a particular political sector and includes 20-mile-an-hour zones and provision of other modes of transport. We have way more demand for 20-mile-an-hour zones than we can afford to install in our county. Is the extra hassle and risk really worth 20 seconds saved? Most of our residents seem to think not. Providing for multiple transport modes and new developments is not a war on motorists. If that car in front of you wasn't there because the driver is on a bike on a new path instead, that is good for you as a motorist. Or the next 5 were traveling on a busway. That helps you. Other motorists block our way. cause jams, waste our time. They cause us injury and death. We motorists are also parents with children walking to school across dangerous roads. We suffer the traffic noise next to our houses and all the rest of it. The real war on the motorist comes from the cost of Tories' crisis, especially Trussonomics and the cost of car finance, in addition to our mortgages and cost of borrowing for the country. Rishi Sunak maintaining huge profits for international oil companies. Incidentally, we don't have a national energy company like France or Norway, so those new drilling licenses won't give us 1 penny's worth of energy security. We will have to import our own oil at international prices. So who profits from these pro-fossil fuel policies? Certainly not the country. It looks like another almost treasonous loss to private greed. Chair, a war on motorists? What, like, you can take my car from my cold dead fingers? Please. Dividing people and causing conflict is no way to run a country. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Maria King.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for Councillor Shayla for setting up. What I want to say, I'll be very quick. I just want to talk for a minute about the language of this motion in written form in the title, and multiple references today now and in previous debate about war on motorists. We sadly live in a world where there are actual real wars happening in Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, Nagorno-Karabakh. We have many people and families and communities who are deeply affected by these wars, including in Cambridgeshire. I'm one of these people. And when we refer to a bunch of transport, environment, planning policies as a war, I find it at best utterly tone deaf, and at worst, deliberately inciting antagonism and hate. I think we can do better than that. So my plea is my ask that in the future, can we, out of respect to the human suffering, the real one happening in the world, we will not refer to policies as a war. We continue to refer to them as policies. And yeah, I will be voting against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Slatter.
Thank you. I'm very puzzled by the timing of this motion. Councillor Sharp appears to have only just found out about monitor and manage as opposed to predict and provide. I live in an urban extension to south of Cambridge, which was built on the principles of monitor and manage. This means that most homes have only one parking space. This incidentally is fine for me and my husband, who are both able to walk or cycle freely at the moment, but we would not want to be without our car, even though we use it as little as possible. Car ownership is not the same as car usage. However, in this point, we have got a difficulty in such developments. I'm sure they are mirrored in elsewhere all around the county. Now, I just want to deal with some of those, but I don't think this motion is helpful. It is a damaging and dishonest distraction from what should be one of the council's major concerns, which is addressing transport poverty, as we've said so often already today. When the Lib Dem City Council took land out of the Greenbelt in 2006, against opposition from all parties, incidentally, to build the Southern Fringe development for housing, one of the contributory reasons was to reduce the commuting, which had become such a wearisome part of life in Cambridge. This was not a war on the motorist, but because commuting represented a great waste of time and resources, often for those who could least afford it. The number of ward assistants who were spending more of their wages driving from Haverhill was only too clear. It also caused damaging congestion at peak periods, damaging to business as well as to people's individual choices. By the time we moved into our house in 2016, however, it had become clear that we would be living in an area subject to parking conflict. Contrary to Councillor Sharp's casual reference to it being more appropriate for areas like ours, I realised that one of the things I would need to address when elected to the County Council was the deeply unfair and unrealistic principles of monitor and manage, then in practice and now in practice in Trumpington. I invited discussion and collected the facts about a variety of households. There are, of course, thousands of good reasons why some households really need 2 cars and have to use them even if they would rather not, for journeys to work, education and leisure activities, all part of life, and most are done in private cars. Why is that? Because there are no public transport alternatives. We have paused the parking restrictions in Trumpington because they were deeply unfair and unreasonable. In future, I am confident that society will support the moves to sustainable, affordable, safe and active travel. There are strong signs that this is the case, especially among the young, and I know that I will be wanting a good bus service when my legs or my eyes let me down in future. In my view, buses are part of active travel, especially for older people. Most older people would rather take a short, independent bus line, walk to a bus stop, than have a lift from a neighbour, friend or helper, however kind. In encouraging unnecessary antagonism and misrepresenting the motives of others is not the way forward for this county. We must work together. We're not anti the private motorists, we are anti-transport poverty.
Thank you for that, Councillor Slatter. Councillor Hoy.
Thank you. I do appreciate Councillor King's point about use of the word war. Yes, I understand transport policy isn't comparable to the awful suffering people that are facing around the world. That is a completely fair point. Sadly, both sides do use rhetoric, though. I mean, I was told earlier in the debate how elitist I am and how, I mean, that's news to me. I'm glad that I'm, somehow part of some elite. I don't know when my check's going to arrive, but cool. But again, I think that comments like that fails to understand, and throughout the whole debate has failed to understand quite what people in our area in Fenland go through. So a lot of people in this chamber probably own houses that are 5 times as much as a house in Fenland is worth. You haven't got to worry about where you're necessarily how you're paying your bills or where the next meal's coming from. And that's not just people on the breadline. That's not just people on benefits. You can say, oh, the government's made that worse for people because X, Y, Z reason, but it's actually people that are working and just about managing that are affected by policies like congestion charging. They need their cars. Price of second-hand cars have gone up, mostly because of the government's, and sadly, a Conservative government's green policies and all the things with electric cars. It's just pushed the price of second-hand cars up, which means working people are going to struggle. They're going to have to keep their cars on the road longer because they can't buy another second-hand car to get to work. And you don't recognise how difficult it is to, if you haven't got any buses, I heard of Councillor Goldstack, there's no buses in Isleham. If I wanted to get here today, I physically can't get here from my area on a bus. You just can't. I couldn't get to Shire Hall either. I think you perhaps could if you took a bus and then another train and then another bus and then walked. But this just are opportunities that don't exist for us. And until people start realising those opportunities don't exist and addressing those issues, people are going to be very angry about losing their cars. So, it might be funny to mock these Fen hillbillies. Oh, yeah, we don't want to lose our cars. No, we don't, actually. They don't want to lose their cars. They need them. And okay, maybe it's fun to mock people because they're a bit less clever than you, but it's actually quite shameful, to be honest. It's actually really discriminatory.
Thank you, Councillor Hoy. Councillor Beckett.
Thank you, Chair. I have to confess, I think you've probably all heard way too much from me today. And we had a motion today, which some people said should be an email. So my contribution is to say, please go and read your email. Please go and read the officer's advice on this one. It is very good and it explains why this isn't a good idea and why the policy that we have is very good. So please, that's all from me. Read your email and understand why this is the wrong approach.
Councillor Moschini.
Goodness, I keep always overestimating the amount of time that's going to pass before I have to speak. I was under the impression that Councillor Beckett would spell out some of the reasons why this motion is very factually inaccurate. And I would like to point out that I say factually inaccurate in my notes as well. So on occasion, I get the right word. But unfortunately, and I will scrap the first part of my speech in deference to what Councillor King said slightly earlier. And I think we should all be very, very mindful of that. But it is absolutely the case that anybody wishing to go and look at their email will see just how not corresponding to actual county policy or fact most of this motion actually is. And let's unpack a few more things. Your email will point out that there is absolutely no existing policy which is described by Councillor Sharp in his motion as existing policy, wanting it to be reversed, which is extremely confusing. But there's rather a lot more in this motion that is hinted at that needs to be unpacked. So the motion denies the impact of transport as a major carbon emitter, affecting the health of our residents and that of the planet. It denies the existence of congestion, which is apparently either a lie or, when Councillor Count is quoting it, some kind of deep state-driven conspiracy against him personally, I have to assume. Apparently, the cost of buying, running, and paying for petrol to go into your car does not contribute at all to the cost of living crisis, and any attempt at providing cheaper universal alternatives should be implacably opposed. Planning is, of course, much to do with growth, and the historic government has signed all the deals necessary to facilitate growth in Greater Cambridge, which apparently it really, really wants. Yet Conservatives on the ground have blocked every single scheme proposed to actually deliver that growth. And apparently now government wants to treble growth in Greater Cambridge without any plans on the table on how the infrastructure for that growth to be sustainable should be delivered. This is headlines without accountability or consequences. So the unfortunate rhetoric that Councillor King was so appropriately challenging is head in the sand and populist mentality at its most pernicious worst. This motion makes some bizarre arguments around the fringes of planning, which is entirely pathetic and completely inappropriate. We need change. We need leadership to deliver that change. And we need to look beyond these tiny little things that we have spent so many hours debating, past all of this, and to the needs of our county beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Tierney, you reserved your right to speak as seconder. It's now your opportunity to make your speech.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to address a few of the points as usual, I want to go back to this upset over the use of the word war, and I'm not going to be as generous as Councillor Hoy was. The wonderful thing about the English language is that we get to use our language in all different ways, colourful, creative ways. It's one of the brilliant things about the language that we all know. And one of the things we do is use metaphor and simile and other sorts of allusion to different terms and places. So the word war is often used to describe a challenge or a battle between ideas or between individuals or on a small scale or on a large scale, but it's not offensive to use the word war. And what a stupid comment that is. I mean, when we use the term murder...
Councillor Tierney, do you want to get to the meat of the motion rather than attacking other colleagues?
No, Chairman, everyone else has had their chance to speak and I'd like to finish. I won't be long on it though. I just want to make the point that the murder of crows is a term we use. Now that might be offensive to people who know someone who was murdered, but we're not going to say that people shouldn't use the word murder of crows. It's timed and tested. We had a comment saying you should read your emails and basically do what the officers say. No, I won't be doing that. I work for the people of Cambridge, not for the officers. And now I just want to address the point about cars, which I think all of this comes down to, and which I think people are missing when we talk about congestion and costs. Cars are freedom. If you're a young person like my son, who's just taking his lessons at the moment to pass his car, to pass his test so he can drive, he takes the bus to and from Peterborough to go to college. And he's got no problem with doing that. He does it very well. He's been doing it for a couple of years. He cannot wait to pass his test and get his car and be free to travel when and where and how he wants, to take passengers, to take things he needs to go exactly where he needs to get to. That same freedom applies to families who want to take a group of young kids out and perhaps the partners want to go out with them. And it's much more difficult to organise that sort of journey if you're going to use public transport, and so easy to throw everything in the car and pop off to the beach or the park or wherever. Older people. I know an old lady who is concerned that because of her health, she might lose her driving license. Now she's got a free bus pass. She can travel for free. She doesn't want to. She wants to be able to use her car because it gives her freedom. Flexibility, free movement, travel to choose where you work, where you take your kids to school, freedom. That's what cars deliver, and that's what people want. Congestion exists because people want to drive. If they didn't want to drive, it wouldn't exist. So you can't solve congestion by pretending people don't want to drive. They do. They don't want your silly ideas that you must take a bus here and a bus there. There'll never be enough direct, perfect buses to meet people's demand for the freedom that a car provides. And just to answer, I can't do a deep South accent, and I wouldn't mock people from the deep South in America anyway, but you can take my car from my cold dead hands. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be relatively brief. I just wanted to pick up a couple of points. I mean, yes, Councillor Kings, you can't compare this to true wars that are going on. And but as my colleague Councillor Tierney says, the language is, certainly not in the same vein. But we've had language from Councillor Machini today again with the L word, which I know she used previously on a previous congestion charge debate. So let's, I'll take it on board in terms of moderating the language, but let's do it on all sides. Again, we're being told we're denying pollution, we're denying congestion, we're denying cost, and that Conservatives blocked every proposal for improvement, and we need change. I agree we need change. I'm looking forward to 18 months' time when we can get some change. But let's move on to the motion. It is what it is, and I'm looking to get a paper to Highways and Transport Committee to discuss this issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. So we will now move to the vote. There's very clearly not a general consensus in support of the motion, so we will take an electronic vote. Mrs. Rowe, if you'd like to please start the vote.
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 19 votes in favour, 32 against and 1 abstention. The motion is therefore lost.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, if you could switch your microphone off, please. That concludes discussion of the second motion. We now move to the third motion submitted by Councillor Criswell. Now, excitingly, I understand Councillor Criswell is prepared to accept the amendment put forward by Councillor Dupre, for which we will need council agreement. Are you agreed? Is anybody not agreed? In which case, the amended motion now becomes the substantive motion, and Councillor Criswell, you have 5 minutes to speak to it.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, there is nothing to cause objection in the original motion. It only asks what we and the public had been asking for some considerable time. I welcome the information provided in the amendment, which is why I'm very happy to accept it. And I welcome the fact that officers are working hard to solve this issue. But of course, none of that information was available when I submitted this motion back in July, and it then took 6 weeks before we had a briefing. I've been very aware of sinking roads in my local area. Indeed, 3 years ago, we prioritised the B1050 between Erith and Willingham. We funded a detailed assessment and prioritised the project for our own capital funding. Despite being on a dangerous riverbank 3 years later, there has been no progress, and it is now just one of many. But Chairman, it was a trip through Fendon this summer that truly shocked me and led to the submission of this motion. The road sinkage was alarming. I saw no additional speed reductions, no extra safety features, and no warning signs. This was a full 12 months after the drought of summer 2022. Back in January, I arranged a meeting between highway officers and one of our school transport operators because he felt certain roads were unsafe for double-decker buses and no intervention was planned. If road safety and the motorist residents of rural Cambridgeshire have been as high as high as they should have been on the Joint Administration's agenda, the work should have been prioritised and resources allocated to come up with a comprehensive plan in well under 12 months. Instead, we learned that roads are being assessed this autumn and winter with a report due to committee in January. That's 18 months after the damage was done, Chairman. I'm told that none of our leading politicians has met transport ministers and no formal request for funding has been submitted because we don't yet have a final plan. Frankly, Chairman, I just don't think that's good enough. Thank you.
Councillor Dupre, I understand you are seconding. Do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right to speak?
Councillor Goldsack.
This comes as slightly a surprise to me in that it was Councillor Beckett who submitted the amendment.
Okay, so if it's not you, you can sit back down again.
Going to speak later. I was going to speak later, but
Who is it? Who is it, Councillor Criswell?
Councillor Goldsack is seconding.
Lovely. All right, Councillor Goldsack. Sorry to have, practically sent you off the rails.
It's the first time I've been mistaken for Councillor Lorna Dupre, but there we go. I will reserve my right. Absolutely highlight so far. I will reserve my right. Thank you, Chair.
Okie dokie. Well, now that's all sorted out. And it was all going so terribly well. No, now you want to speak. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. I was not expecting to second the motion, but I was certainly wanting to speak about this. The problem of soil-affected roads has been accelerating across Cambridgeshire in recent years as both wet and dry weather have become more intense. This has caused the soils below the highway surface to expand and contract, not only causing roads to crater and split, but also breaking water mains as the dried soil contracts and shifts. I represent an area of the county where this has been particularly evident on roads including Black Bank, Chain Causeway, 100-foot Bank, Westmore Common, Hive Road and Adventurers Drove, most of which are roads I use regularly. This administration inherited this problem in 2021, but did not inherit a solution, plan, budget or funding. We've been working hard to identify the affected roads, quantify the scale of the issue and the funding required, liaise with neighbouring authorities and open discussions with the Department for Transport. Solutions will not be superficial, they will not be quick and they will not be cheap. A list of the affected roads was supplied to all councillors over a month ago and a number have already had interim safety measures put in place. Detailed assessments of these roads are already underway and an update report is due, as we have heard. What we do know is that the total cost of repairs, indeed rebuilding of these roads, is well beyond any funding to which this council currently has access. That is why we've been lobbying the Department for Transport, the National Infrastructure Commission and others. I do hope that if this motion is passed unanimously, as I hope it will be and as I believe it needs to be, that members opposite who have the ear of members of Parliament will be very much putting their shoulders to the wheel and lobbying those MPs to whom they have access about the scale of the issue which we face in this county. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dupre. Anybody else? Councillor Sharp.
Just a very small comment, Chairman, in terms of the amendment. I'm disappointed. I understand what Councillor Dupre is saying. It's taken a long while, but when we had Highways and Transport Committee 2 weeks ago, we were discussing the forward agenda plan, and it was certainly on the agenda for December to come forward to us. So I'm disappointed looking at the amendment. It looks like we're into next year. I understand the complexities of it, but I would have liked for a report. I think it would have helped members if we'd had an interim report during the year on this issue. And I hope the administration take that in a constructive sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. I'm sure Councillor Dupre and Councillor Beckett will. Councillor Beckett.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Soil affected roads are probably one of the biggest risks we have in the county from a highways perspective. Decades of inappropriate short-term fixes by previous administrations combined with climate change have left us with roads that are prone to failure and in serious need of major overhaul. Due to the work of Councillor Dupre, our administration very quickly came to realise the risks these roads pose and the urgent need for major thinking. While I want to thank Councillor Criswell for bringing this attention again to the public's attention, a lot of work has already been done on this area, including building a list of the affected roads, drawing up a list of short-term measures which can be deployed, investigating permanent solutions, working with local towns and parishes, and even a briefing to all councillors. I know Councillor Sharp just asked there that they could have a report. We did have briefings earlier this year for any councillor that wanted to attend to get to grips with the problem of this. We've been working with neighbouring authorities and having discussions with DfT about the funding required. As Councillor Dupre pointed out, the numbers here are astronomical. This isn't going to be a quick fix. Simply filling the potholes or resurfacing will actually make things worse due to the weight of additional material. These subsoils here are very light, so the more you put on top of them, the more they sink and the more problems it causes. What we see here is not old roads. If you look around our county, if you look in the south of the county, Cambridgeshire, around Cambridge, you see very old roads that are failing because they're old. These roads are failing because of problems with the underlying subsoils. And it's that we need to get to the bottom of fixing. It isn't just simply resurfacing, it's actually rebuilding the roads. Now, I was going to say this amendment seeks to recognise the work that had been done, but obviously the amendment is now actually the motion, rather confusingly. And it sets out the next steps required. Unfortunately, systematically rebuilding these roads is not going to be cheap and could easily run to hundreds of millions of pounds. We will need to work with government on solutions, and we will need the entire council to lobby their elected representatives to make a difference within DfT. So often we see governments prioritising building new roads. We see our members here calling for new roads. Councillor Hoy today called for the dualling of the A47. We've seen local MPs calling to dual the A10. What I believe we desperately need in Cambridgeshire is funding to fix the roads that we already have. So if any members want to help us on that one, lobby their MPs, use anybody they've got. What we need in Cambridgeshire is funding to fix these roads that we already have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Right, anybody else? I then turn to Councillor Goldsack, who reserved your right to speak.
I think this puts me one speech ahead of Councillor Beckett today, so thank you very much. Peak damage roads or drought damage roads, the name has changed in the last 18 months. I think Councillor Criswell's put a good motion, and I recognise that when we work together, we can come up with some answers. So actually accepting the alteration, maybe not giving us everything we wanted today, but it's given us enough to move on. But I'm just going to raise a couple of points. These roads were chosen after the use of AI. A little bit of a surface scan machine went out and told us whether the surface of the roads were good or bad. Unfortunately, doesn't measure undulation. So you can go along a fen road, and if the surface is smooth, everything's good. If it goes like that and throws you into the ditch that's to the left, it won't show you. That relies on local intervention of people reporting it and then it being deemed an emergency. When you're being deemed an emergency, right, what happens is what you think is throwing somebody into the ditch, it goes onto the list to be repeated for 28 days. They come out, they patch it, and the Councillor Beckett is absolutely bang on. That's not the answer, because it's undulated for a reason, because it's fundamentally flawed underneath, right? That's got to be the answer, and that's got to put the safety in. The second problem is a much, much bigger problem, but I think it's worth highlighting, and we often lose sight of the detail and complexity of these. When we are at district councils, those that are involved, and a planning consent is passed for a property in the middle of nowhere, that is consulted to County Council Highways Department. County Council Highways Department will then turn around and say whether they do or don't support it and the reasons why not. Okay, that once that has been supported, we've basically given permission for vehicular access to and from that dwelling or business. Okay, think about that. Some of these are very, very remote, right? And we're actually saying you've got every right to go there. I think they should have every right to go there. But what the implications are then, we have to maintain the highway fit for them to do it. And we haven't. We've quite frankly haven't. And the last one, having said all day today, people in my side of the room have said all day today, we're representing the people. I'm about to get my legs cut off for what I'm going to say. But travel out my way and have a look at the size of agricultural vehicles that are on the road these days. Right? The weight of an agricultural vehicle today is nowhere near the weight that these roads were intended for. So I don't underestimate the size of the problem that you guys face. I really, really don't. And we will try and put a shoulder to the wheel to get you over the line to do it. But 300 million is what we were told in the things for roads that were on the list. And since then, I've added roads that weren't counted. And I'm sure other people have added roads that weren't counted. And we've got safety fixes in the meantime. What I would say is the report's out there. The time is for those repairs now. Get going. Find some money. Get going. Okay. I wish you well with it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Criswell.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, and I appreciate and welcome the work that officers are doing. I think the issue for me is the priority it's received and the length of time it's taking. Yes, of course, we'll support by lobbying our MPs, but we all know with any government, their response depends on the priority we give it and having shovel-ready schemes. And at the moment, we still don't have a final plan. I was obviously being generous in saying it's taken 18 months to come up with a plan. Councillor Dupre said that that they inherited this, so that means it's taken 2.5 years to come up with a plan, Chairman. But I hope everybody will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll now move to the vote. There does appear to be general, if albeit slightly bad-tempered, consensus and support for this motion. If anybody disagrees, could they indicate now, please? That being the case, I see no objection, so we shall take the motion as carried. We move on to the next fourth motion, which is that submitted by Councillor Hunt. I understand, Councillor Hunt, that you are prepared to accept the amendment as proposed by Councillor Dupre.
I've got in front of me the alteration that has been agreed between Councillor Dupre and myself, and the fact that I would be proposing the motion and it would be seconded by Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I just needed a yes.
The word that
no, that's fine. I just needed you to say yes, because I now need to ask Council's agreement. Is Council happy for that amendment to become the substantive motion? Thank you. Right. In that case, Councillor Hunt, it's your moment to shine.
Well, I'm not looking for shine, Chair. I'll just get some business done. We've been through we understand what we're doing and changing it to an alteration, and I'm very clear on that now. I don't know if everybody in the room is really clear that ships are coming into Felixstowe that weigh 200,000 tons. Some of them have 18 or 20,000 containers on them. Those ships are 2.5 times the size of our latest big aircraft carriers. 98,000 containers leave Felixstowe to go to the rest of the country. Now, ideally, and the government has committed some funds now, a lot of the bulk of that wants to go on rail. That's clearly the best cost effective, pollution effective. It is a way forward. The second way, of course, is the A14, which has recently been opened and which is able to take, but it's not the ideal. Still some goes on the A142, and it goes up to East Lincolnshire, Peterborough, Hull, and there are quite a few vehicles that they turn right at Newmarket, and they should go on the 142 and should go round the New Ely bypass opened by the mayor, who really did do good things, and they should go over on the 142, which doesn't go through town centres. However, many do the rat run and cause damage. They come through, in some cases, Wickham, in all cases, Streatham, Wilburton and Hadman. Those villages have got roads that have been there for hundreds and hundreds of years and cannot support these heavy vehicles. You can look at the crossroads at Hadnam and you can see the broken pavements where the lorries have had to swing onto the pavements. You can see the children there gulping in black smoke. Now, I haven't had it scientifically investigated, but I can't think it does a little 7-year-old a lot of good to get a mouthful of diesel fumes from 2 inches away from her mouth. I really can't. So we've got a problem with rat running. And if you go from Hadnham towards Witcham Toll, you go down Station Road. You've all been contacted with photographs of where lorries have got wedged, where they've hit each other. The pavement crosses at the most dangerous point in Station Road. And I was not to include the fact we've had a fatality in the paperwork, but I've been told I can talk about it here. And since deciding to put in this motion, which was about May when it first started, we've had a fatality of a young man, a local young man on that A1421, and it's a dreadful accident and it is a fatal one. Everybody in the village is in favour of this degrading of or reclassifying the engine, the road. The motion that is before you now is not the one that I proposed. However, I do believe that we're taking small steps in the right direction, and there will be a constant need and a constant stream of activity from the villages like Wilburton and Hadnham, because they want their lives back. They don't want their houses shaking to bits. They don't want their kids in danger. They don't want pollution everywhere. There has been massive support for a reduction in particularly heavy goods vehicles on the 1421. And I mean, it's come from both the parish councils, which are Wilburton and Hadnham. And the Hadnham one, interestingly, had a Liberal Democrat district councillor on that parish council, and he voted for it. It wasn't the one I did, but as I say, we have had talks with the Liberal Democrats, and we have come to a cooperation on this issue. I've talked about the parish councils. The residents have inundated me with emails saying, good old Bill, keep it up. You've got to get rid of these heavy international lorries coming through our village. We've had also a letter of
Councillor Hunt, that is your time, I'm afraid. Councillor
Okay.
Dupre, you're seconding this motion. Do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right to speak? Okay, Councillor Shaler.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, the container port that was spoken of is out to the east, is the largest in the country. Less than a third of those containers currently go by rail. And this is one of the reasons why we've been pleading for the money for the Ely area rail capacity enhancement. And the mention recently from the government, we still have no timetable. We have still not seen that money. And so anyone with influence, please try and get them to open those purse strings. Initially, I thought this motion sounded a bit like, shall we say, anti-motorist, but it does seem like a problematic area, as many others are, plagued by congestion and speeding. And while reclassifying the road would likely have no effect on that traffic, I would like to come and see the situation on the ground when the numbers are high. I've only seen the area when traffic was mild. So please invite me to come down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. I'm sure Councillor Hunt will have noted that. Right, I have nobody else who wishes to speak, thankfully. So Councillor Dupre, your moment has arrived.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to start by commending Hadnham Parish Council and those residents of the village who have done so much to try to address the issues caused for them by HGV traffic cutting through on the A1421 on their way between the A10 and the A142. We heard this morning in what seems like a previous geological era from the chair of the parish council. They have been energetic in gathering data on traffic flows and usage of the road, in achieving a 20-mile-an-hour limit for the built-up area of the road, and in building positive relationships with local hauliers, as we saw demonstrated. However, I think they have now reached the limit of what they can do for themselves using the powers they have, and now need to be able to rely on us as an authority using powers only we have. I live in the neighbouring division to Haddenham. I use this road frequently and I know it well. The A1421 descends northward from the centre of Haddenham to the A142. It's narrow with many properties fronting onto the road with little of any pavement, and it's easy to pick up speed. The pavement alternates between the two sides of the road, making walking risky. Cycling is also hazardous. A new housing development on the former Anson site on the road will create more hazards on a bad corner. And the parish council owns an area of green space towards the north of the 1421 called Wayman's Pits, which it's impossible to reach safely on foot from the village, and where a local highways improvement bid to make that active travel connection failed several years ago. Despite all this, and despite it serving no apparent strategic purpose, the A1421 is on the council's advisory freight route. Haddenham residents want fewer vehicles, particularly HGVs, using this highly unsuitable route as a cut-through, and to see the road made safer and more amenable to walking and cycling. This motion, in its altered form, supports this. Its practical effects would be to bring forward the proposed IRAP safety analysis of all our A roads to include the A1421 in the first tranche, and to commission a report on the options to reduce traffic volumes and speeds on the A1421, improve road safety and increase opportunities for active travel. It has been suggested that downgrading the A1421 from an A road to a B road would in itself solve the problem, because sat-navs would automatically direct traffic away from the downgraded road. Our officer's advice, and I have to say my own experience of living on a B road, indicates that this is not the case. However, the altered motion leaves this question open for inclusion in the proposed report. The Highways and Transport Committee will then be able to request further and authoritative advice on that point, as well as on other options, such as removal of the A1421 from the advisory freight network and other ways forward for a safer road. I'd like to thank Councillor Hunt for his cooperation in accepting the alteration of the motion, and I've been very pleased that neighbouring councillors have been able to work together on this. I very much urge members to support this altered motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hunt, to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be as quick as I can. I highlight the wishes of the residents of Wilburton and Haddenham particularly, and the fact that the parish councils unanimously wanted this to go through. This road is dangerous. The children and elderly are at risk. The traffic should be reduced and must be reduced. Saving lives is important. Obviously, it's a priority for us all. And we've already had, as I say, this year, one fatality. I will keep pushing to make this road and these villages safer and safer and safer. And I believe that this conversation and motion today has highlighted this particular area, which is particularly bad and is really quite a disgrace to the county that lorries are coming down that, particularly the Station Road part. It is a disgrace. If any of you drive through Haddenham, you will see it. I'm agreeing with Councillor Dupre and asking for you to vote in favour of this. But there is one final caveat, is that we want to make sure that before any changes of any major nature are done, there is proper, full and open consultation with local county member, local district members, local MP, and of course, local residents. Anybody who's affected by any changes that happen should be consulted. Members, thank you for your attention, and I hope you can support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. There is consensus in support of this motion. If anybody disagrees, please indicate now. That being the case, the motion is carried. So we move on to the fifth motion, which is submitted by Councillor Bowden. I don't suppose you're prepared to accept the alteration.
Thank you, Chair. You suppose correctly.
Okay. So can I ask you, Councillor Bowden, to move and speak to your motion as set out on pages 7 to 8 of the council agenda?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the joint administration really has got itself in a bind on the subject of weeds, hasn't it? The situation the council now faces for itself is very much a result, in my opinion, of poor governance. We've never, in this chamber or elsewhere, had the opportunity to debate a county-wide policy to remove cyclical weed killing. What we did have, as part of the 23-24 budget process, was a business case showing £150,000 a year saving in this current financial year, recurring in future years. But these so-called savings are really illusory, because weeds are already cracking up road and pavement services around the country, building up an ever-increasing backlog of road and pavement repairs. Stopping weed killing isn't a saving. It will cost this council much more in the long term because of increased repair costs. Worse than that, weeds clogging up the drains and the gullies at the roadside are hindering water flow off our roads, and they are increasing surface water flooding and flooding risks to adjacent properties, as we heard almost 4 hours ago from Councillor Marks when he spoke to us. The weeds are already impeding the effectiveness of district council road sweeping machines, and this will only get worse with time. Many residents have also complained about the appearance of our roads and paths. I've heard it said that the proliferation of weeds make it look as though we live in a third world country. Just in my own division, I've seen appalling waste of money as a result of this new policy. For example, in Whittlesea at the junction of Davy Lane and Newlands Road, a couple of months ago, a shiny new footpath was laid. Very much welcome, very much overdue. But in just 1 week, the weeds started going through the newly laid path surface, which hadn't been treated with weed killer. Within months, this path will need repairs again because it will be breaking up. Stopping weed killing doesn't save money, it costs us money. And it's not just in Whittlesea that there's been opposition to what we've seen so far this year. Parish and town councils across the county have made representations asking for cyclical weed killing to be restored. And I'm aware, as of last week, of representations made from the councils or the clerks or the leaders of the councils in Great Paxton, Wisbech St Mary, Sawtry, March, Ellsworth, Caldecott, Harston, Haddenham, Bar Hill, Newton in the Isle, Leverington, and I'm sure there have been more since then. Tit and Giles is one. So stopping weed killing, the cyclical weed killing has been deeply unpopular across the county. And I therefore move this motion, Chairman. I find the amendment very interesting, and I'll be most happy to speak on the amendment when we come to that. But the motion as stands, I believe, should be supported by this council. Thank you.
We'll see if the rules permit it, Councillor Bowden. Do you have a seconder?
Thank you very much indeed, Chair, and that is Councillor Tierney.
Councillor Tierney, do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right to speak?
Reserve my right, please, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Now, I understand we have an amendment. Can I ask Councillor Shaler to move your amendment?
Thank you very much, Chair. I have a lot of sympathy with the motion. I think we can all agree that weeds in many places got out of control this summer. But the motion is unfortunately full of misinformation. This amendment, while still far from ideal, seeks to come closer to reality. It was a very wet summer, ideal weed growing weather, so perhaps the best year for a trial. One point to make at the outset is that spraying prior to laying new surfaces such as slurry seal was not part of the trial. So how to reintroduce a practice that was never stopped? I do, however, agree that we should have engaged more with parishes prior to the trial. Changes have been made so that this will happen in the future. It does perhaps show how much our crews do that goes unnoticed until it is not done. We were initially using too much spray in places where we didn't need it. And now we can see the places that do. Just to give a little background, until very recently, on a trip, The windscreens of our cars quickly became smeared with insects. Today, often there are none at all. Even once common birds like the English sparrow are on the endangered list. They always used to nest in my roof in Cambridge and cause a racket. Gone. For the past few years, I haven't seen any. The UK Red List includes 70 species of bird alone. We are witnessing mass extinction in real time. To combat this, local government is charged with protecting biodiversity, doubling nature, rewilding, and currently 60% of the remaining flower-rich meadow is on the highways asset. Weeds, including native species, help if we can find a place for them. Excessive spray does drift and cause a lot of collateral damage. Many urban communities have asked us not to spray, and instead they organize their own volunteers to physically remove and manage weeds. We need to be able to support this activity and not simply be mandated to spray as we were before. Of course, we can do better with our treatment of weeds. The trial has shown us that more proactive and brutal where that is required, and at the same time, protective of our natural environment where that is possible. There is time for member input and to get things right before the January Highways and Transport Committee meeting, Chair. Again, this motion relates to something that is already being dealt with by Highways and will come to the Highways and Transport Committee. Chair, I would like to urge opposition members to work through their very able spokes and members of the H&T committee. As you know, we are able and very willing to work across party on our committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sanderson, you are seconding this. Do you wish to speak now or to reserve your right?
Thank you, Chair. I wish to reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. So the debate on the amendment is now open. Councillor Seif.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to make a brief intervention. I've been a member of this body since February. That's after this policy was debated and the trial committed. Now, although we are on opposite sides, and this is probably going to make me very unpopular with my own side. Sorry, you can't hear. Sorry. Shall I sit down and it's working now. Beg your pardon. Sorry, I was going to say that I'm probably going to make myself a little bit unpopular with my own party, because although we are on opposite sides of the political spectrum, perhaps surprisingly, Councillor Bowden and I have been in broad agreement on many of the matters we've discussed in the committees on which we both sit. And on this subject, I've considerable sympathy with the motion he's put forward. I am sure I'm not alone, but no subject has filled my inbox more or exercised the digits of the contributors to the various St Neots community social media groups than the incursion of unwanted weeds proliferating in public places and roadsides of the town. Aside from the concern over the very real risks of flooding and blocked drains and gullies, which you'll recall happened only a couple of years back, albeit for different reasons, it is a particularly sore subject in St Neots, as it is a town that is desperately trying to avoid economic decline and regain its former physical attractiveness. There is nothing that speaks of neglect more than weeds growing uncontrolled where they should not grow. They're unsightly, even embarrassing for residents, put off visitors, and may well be a factor that deters potential investors. I'd go further. I understand the importance of biodiversity for the sustainability of our planet. The problem is that once we urbanized, the damage was done. And it is this generation that has to deal with the legacy of our predecessors, who gave no thought or had little knowledge of the Earth's delicate ecosystems. So, and with so many other issues that we have to address, our priority must be to look to the welfare of the people living in the existing built environments. And that invariably conflicts with our attempts to minimize dysfunctional and adverse environmental and ecological impacts. Wilding in gardens is perhaps idyllic, but we can't simply let densely inhabited settlements go back to nature. So whilst I would very much like us to net the nettles and dock the burdock, where I differ from Councillor Bowden is that I don't think it makes any sense to reverse the policy immediately without more considered assessment of the genesis and properties of the weeds, the effectiveness of the options for their removal, including doing nothing, and their impacts on human, plant, and insect life. There is no urgency. The day of the Triffids is not upon us. That probably shows my age. If you don't know anything about the Triffids, look it up on Google. Ere long, winter's icy hand will wither the current crop of weeds, and the results of the review now being undertaken will be reported to us before spring has blossomed forth and the next lot take hold. I trust, therefore, Councillor Bowden and his colleagues are able to accept the logic of this amendment and are able to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Seif. We like a little bit of poetry in this chamber. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I will stand up because I have a demonstration to do in a minute. It's not that exciting, but anyway. The trial has been a concern of many residents in St Neots. First and foremost was the appearance of our town and the streets, with weeds growing in heights between 3 and 5 foot. My demonstration, I am 5 foot. So imagine a weed my height. Yes, some as huge as me, but even the low-lying weeds seem to present problems, with some taking over paths and bike routes and alleyways. Residents telling me of water pooling in areas as there was no flow past the weeds to the drains. Myself and Councillor Ferguson met with HDC street cleaning officers and the operatives who were cleaning a street in Amesbury, St Neots. The sweeper there does 3 sweeps. That is normal. And in the absence of the weeds, the sweeper did its job of picking up the detritus. However, where the weeds were present, low-lying weeds at this particular area, not in my height, the sweeper was unable to pick the detritus up, or even the normal everyday rubbish which had collected in the weeds. This is a worrying event that the weeds are not allowing the road sweeper to do its job. I do welcome the report of the residents' concerns that will be compiled for the review at the Highways and Transport meeting. And I am hoping the outcome will be to continue to control the weeds and not to be left to grow. A few in this room today will remember the reverse decision of turning off and dimming of the street lights at night in 2016. We should not be scared to try different options, but always listen to our residents for feedback and seek to understand their concerns. If things don't work out, then hold our hands up and say it didn't, and look at reversing the decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Bulat.
Thank you, Chair. So we have the 5th motion from the opposition today and the 5th on highways issues. So I have to appreciate the campaign narrative and the group discipline here on those highways motions. So far, every ask today that we debated was around the lines of preparing a report for highways and transport, publishing a highways and transport plan, asking the executive director to present a report to, you guessed, highways and transport. And now the ask is again for highways and transport to receive a report that was already planned to come to committee in January. So HNT will be very busy. Good luck to Alex and Neil with all those reports. Of course, all those issues, I do get it, they're in the public interest to be discussed, but I can't help but notice that the full council today became a larger Highways and Transport Committee, and I speak as not a member of Highways and Transport myself. Clearly, the debate was enough for a certain member who shows up every 6 months in council and leaves after lunch. And I'm sure that many of us enjoyed the longer debate on that, myself included. I'm trying to put the political rhetoric aside on the weeds issue and campaign, because I don't actually disagree with the core purpose of the motion, which is a fair question to ask around reviewing the policy. It was a trial after all. I think we do need to have the evidence. We need to look at the policy. Again, I had many residents, like many colleagues in here on all sides, write to me about this issue. And personally, I do sympathize with them after walking myself many routes which have been damaged or obstructed by weeds. And we also have to think about the damage and the potentially longer term costs that weeds can create if the policy on removing, especially the obstructive weeds, is not implemented properly. So that's another reason why we need to review the evidence and to look again in the context of HNT on that. So I do think we need to have a balance between actually minimizing the use of chemicals where not necessary, but equally ensuring that all roads and footpaths, including for active travel and perhaps prioritizing some of the active travel routes that haven't been prioritized on this, are actually not obstructive and are accessible to all road users. So I do think the amendment puts some of the facts right on this. It's a balanced approach, it's a pragmatic approach. We do need to look at the policy again, but I just want to make the point that I hope the Highways and Transport Committee, the opposition, can feel in the future they could use the committee for such motions and debates that really do belong in committee, given that what all they ask for is a report, a plan, or the executive director of a certain committee to do work on that particular committee. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bywater.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, members, and afternoon, Chair. I would just want to express my deep concerns about the council's approach to this cyclic weed killing in our community. I've been a member of this council for over 10 years. It feels like 20 after today. But this one issue has created more complaints to me in my inbox than any other thing that I've ever dealt with at this council. While I wholeheartedly support the council's intention to promote biodiversity, active travel and healthy environment, it is essential to consider the impact of this weed decision on our most vulnerable residents. Many in our community, particularly those who are unable to walk or get around outside safely on the pavements, rely on well-maintained pathways to maintain their independence and their quality of life. Overgrown weeds not only obstruct their pathways, but also create hazards, make it increasingly challenging for them to navigate our streets safely without fear of going outside. If you doubt me, come and speak to those elderly residents who attended Stilton Parish Council last week to outline their concerns over this. The council encourages active travel and better health for our community members, but weeds are blighting our pavements and hindering this effort. How can we expect residents to embrace walking and cycling when our pavements are often inaccessible or uninviting? It is counterproductive to encourage healthier lifestyles while neglecting the basic infrastructure required to support them. Furthermore, the presence of unsightly and overgrown weeds has detrimental effect on our sense of community pride. It sends a wrong message that we are not invested in maintaining our surroundings, which in turn encourages littering and a general lack of care showed for our spaces outside. I've seen what this neglect can cause as a young police officer walking the inner city streets of South Manchester. If you let areas go, they slide downhill very quickly. We must remember that vibrant communities begin with a sense of pride in our environment, and it starts with clean, tidy, and well-maintained pavements. We've heard from James Reader today about the complexities of getting his young daughter around. I acknowledge the importance, as I've said, of the biodiversity agenda, but it's essential to strike a balance that takes into account the specific needs and concerns of our community. Many areas, such as the hedges and green spaces in our rural villages, can serve as an excellent environment for fostering biodiversity without adversely affecting the well-being of our residents. In conclusion, I implore the council to reconsider its approach to weed control and to find a way to maintain our public spaces while promoting the healthier, more biodiverse community that we crave for. Let us not forget, most of our vulnerable residents and the Care Together agenda are their right to a safe and accessible pathways. And I just want to pick up on a point about urgency. Members may remember back in December 2020, there were many homes in my ward and many other wards that suffered significant flooding as a result of man-made issues, shall we say. There is urgency over this, and because this motion almost kicks the ball down into the long grass for January, I just don't think it's quick enough. And given the way it's presented, I can't support it. It's just not quick enough and good enough for me.
Thank you, Councillor Bywater. It is now 1 minute to 3. Our constitution requires a break now, and so I suggest that we reconvene with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 further speakers on this amendment at 3:15. That's 3:15, just for absolute clarity. I mean, I realize it feels about like Thursday. Colleagues, let's make a start, shall we? We are, just to remind you, in the course of a debate on an amendment to the last motion. I was going to say the end is in sight, but it's not really. Councillor Goldsack.
I always get the graveyard shift. Thank you very much, Chair. Two quick points on this one, and I will make them quick. Ragwort. So, okay, talking about nice curly little weeds that die up and disappear for the winter and then spring forward again. Ragwort has taken the lives of livestock just outside of Soham, okay, and it's grown on the county's highways. It's been pulled and dragged away. Ragwort is a very serious thing, and it's spread. It's a wind-assisted seeding thing, so it uses the wind to get it where it was, and it's a problem. So I'm afraid I can't support the amendment because that only just prolongs that even further. And hand pulling ragwort is no fun, I can assure you. It's better to stop it growing in the first place. My second point is, I am absolutely assured by people who do this for a living that the level of glyphosate that's now in the poison that's used on the very treatment of the weeds that we're talking about is so light now, it doesn't even carry a poisonous or hazardous material use guidance for its operatives. That's what we're talking about here. So why can't we go back to do it? So I think it's reasonably well-meaning, but we need action on this now. And I actually think that Councillor Simone Taylor got this right. You tried something, it didn't work. You tried to make it bigger, it didn't work. Stand up, own it, say we got it wrong, go back, no problems, move on. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Beckett.
Thank you very much. Weeds. When I first got into politics, it was in Newham in East London, where the issues under consideration at council were knife crime, stabbings, drugs and prostitution. I have to admit, I confess, I would never have thought one of the most contentious issues that I would be involved in was actually weeds after starting with all of those. But it is a really important issue, and it is one that I think all of us have had so many emails about and so much attention. But I think, first of all, it's important to go back to where this all started from. It was in the budget last year, and it was discussed at Highways and Transport. Obviously, at the time, we were facing huge, monumental, you might say, financial pressures. We had the war in Ukraine, which had seen inflation skyrocket, the trust budget. We had inflation reaching, 60% in some places in highways. Some of the items under consideration as part of business planning were really, not things we want to be doing. Cutting street lights, doing all sorts of things. I don't think any of those things in the business planning, other than the LED upgrade and the highways recycling, were things that we actually wanted to be doing. These were things that were considered to be able to address the real financial difficulties that we faced at the time. We saw the Conservative budget amendment left us with huge extra debt for this year and really unbalanced. I did ask them at the time what they would be cutting this year when it came to the budget, and we had no answers from them. It left us with huge deficits that just continued the problems of what we had. At the time, there were many tough decisions to be made. Weeds was one of the things on the table. It was discussed at Highways and Transport as part of the budget setting process, and it was considered to be one of the things that would be the least problematic in the long term. The advice we received at the time was that you could reduce down your weed killing, and for the next few years, it wouldn't cause you any long-term, difficulties. It wouldn't add on problems with the highway. If you continued it for a long period of time, then yes, it would lead to a degradation of the highways. But in the short term, you could cut the weed budget and be able to help with things. We obviously also had the issues with overspraying in some areas. We have a large number of our communities that actually don't want as much work done on them. I know Newham in particular is very anti-spraying, and they really want the biodiversity. We see different things in different areas, and that's really important. But this was all discussed within Highways and Transport. Now, clearly, I will hold my hand up and say we haven't got the policy right, or at least the implementation of the policy. The policy, as agreed at Highways and Transport, was still to treat nuisance or hazardous weeds or before work. Councillor Goldsack mentioned about ragwort. Within our policy, that should still very much be removed. We would not expect that to be running free. That our policy is to remove hazardous weeds. So that should be the case. We heard earlier about problems with weeds growing through after resurfacing. Again, the policy says that we should be spraying before we do any remedial work. So that should have been happening. So I hold my hand up here, and in places we haven't got the implementation of that right, and we need to look again. We've obviously this year seen a prime growing season as well. Last year, in this very chamber, we were talking about the A14 trees dying off due to drought. This year, we've had exactly the opposite. We've had large amounts of rain and large amounts of sun at the same time, which have contributed to prime growing of absolutely everything. So I think if this had been the case last year, we would have seen a very different effect. But I will say here, we do need to be pragmatic. We need to look at what we are doing here, and we need to pick the right interventions for the right communities. This shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all policy. It shouldn't be that we don't spray anywhere. It shouldn't be that we spray everywhere. We need to look at each of our communities, look at the requirements that they have, and balance that against what we are doing. This year, we have already added this to our forward agenda plan. It is already coming a paper on this. In the business planning process, we're already considering where the budget is for this and what we need to be doing. So going forwards, I do accept we need to do things. As I say, we're already looking at that, but we need to be pragmatic. We need to look at the right interventions for the right places. This is not a one-size-fits-all policy, and it really shouldn't be going forwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll again try to be brief. And obviously, you know, I've certainly had lots of stuff in the inbox and from parish councils in terms of residents and complaining about this. And I think it's partly this side of the house that we have been making issues about this, that we're actually having this debate today. So it's good that we are. I was certainly under the impression, and I was trying to rack my brains when it was, and I believe it was one of the, and Councillor Shaler and Beckett and Milnes, I think, would remember these meetings when we had great debates around potholes. I think it was my colleague, Councillor Mac Maguire, who sadly is not here today, who raised that issue, and I understood that it wasn't being done, but if it is, then I stand corrected. And I'm not sure if I sensed a compliment from Councillor Shaler earlier on in the debate, but again, that might be my hearing. The only other, I don't think the amendment goes far enough. And the only other issue I've got with the amendment, and again, it's touching on a comment I made 2 motions ago. We're talking about a report coming to Highways and Transport on the 23rd of January, which is a reserve date. We had a Highways and Transport meeting 2 weeks ago when this paper on weeds was coming to the December meeting. This is obviously the first, when I saw the amendment, it's the first time I'm aware that that's now being pushed back a month. So we need to have more communication. Even if it's to me, I can then impart that down to the team. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Simon King.
Thank you, Chair. And I hope I may just give my apologies for having to leave after this vote, because I have a hospital appointment. I just want to say something very briefly, that my problem with the amendment is that it feels a little bit like it's, shall we say, kicking it into the long ragwort. Couldn't help that really. But all of the complaints that I've had have been not from motorists in my division, they've been from walkers. The very people that the Joint Administration is anxious to encourage, people who walk for leisure or for work, active travel. And that's why we've got to do something sooner rather than later, because it's the footpaths that are suffering most from this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King, and thank you for advising of your imminent departure. I say imminent, at the rate of speakers I have. Yeah, no, I realise. Councillor Sanderson, you reserved your right to speak.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think this has been a very interesting debate, and I don't think we're actually that far apart on the outcome that we want. Probably more sort of disagreements about semantics and some of the language in the motion, and obviously from the Conservative benches on the amendment. But speaking more generally, I think Councillor Beckett had it right. It's not worked. The implementation hasn't worked as was envisaged. We had a very wet summer, so we had a lot more weeds, and we've all had a lot of feedback from our residents on that, and understandably they want to know what's happened and why their areas which they work to maintain quite hard themselves why we perhaps haven't done the same thing and matched their commitment. I'm not 5 foot, as you probably gathered, even though I'm sitting down, I probably was once, but I have seen, as Councillor Taylor said, I've seen a number of very big weeds, and it isn't acceptable, and we do need to brush up on this. I don't quite agree that we're pushing this into the long grass or the long ragwort, as Councillor Simon King said. I think there'll be opportunities to debate this during the autumn and winter and make sure that we would get it right for the spring and the summer. Just talking briefly about my own ward, we actually have a new local highways officer who's been very proactive and actually is getting a lot of issues like this dealt with. So actually Huntingdon, my part of Huntingdon, is actually looking a lot better than it was previously. So we're doing relatively well there. I'd be interested to see we'll hear Councillor Bowden's response to some of the comments as well, and Councillor Tini also. But I'm very happy to support the amendment so eloquently put by Councillor Shaler. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And finally, Councillor Bowden as the proposer of the original motion.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I very much welcome the amendment which has been put forward. I don't welcome it enough to recommend voting for it, but I do welcome it. And I also welcome the tone of the debate that we've had on the amendment and the comments which have been made by many members of different political parties, where it's fairly clear that a steer was being given and voice was being given to the residents of Cambridgeshire. Particularly with Councillor Beckett, I was very pleased to hear the word pragmatic used. And yes, we do need to be pragmatic. And I saw this amendment as being the first step towards the joint administration accepting that the policy which has been put forward has been wrong and misconceived, and that an about face is required. Now, I would advise members that really we're really talking semantics here with this amendment and the original motion. Both of them recognise that the decision is going to be made by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, whether that be in December or January or wherever. But ultimately, the difference between the two is...
Councillor Bowden, sorry, Councillor Shaler wants to make a personal explanation and a point of order.
Of explanation, that's the Highways and Transport Committee. Thank you. Not the Infrastructure Committee.
Thank you. Councillor Bowden.
I'm extremely grateful to Councillor Shaler for the correction. It is important we do get these things right. And it's particularly important we get the subject of weeds right. And I do very much welcome the beginning of the about face that we're seeing with this amendment. But what is important is that whilst in both cases, the relevant committee is clearly going to be making the decision, with the original motion as stated, this full council is giving a clear steer, a clear voice from the full council as a whole towards the committee about what decision should be made. The amendment takes that away. If I may use a politically incorrect word in some quarters, the amendment emasculates the original motion and takes away that clear steer and recommendation which comes in the original motion. And that's why I'll be asking members to oppose this amendment, not because it's wrong. As I say, I welcome the direction of travel. It just doesn't travel far enough. And we need, as a full council, to give voice to what our residents are telling us pretty much all across the council. And we need to give that voice and make that recommendation to the relevant committee that this policy should be reversed. So that is why I'm opposing this amendment, Chair. But I do want to recognise the comments made by so many speakers, Councillor Seif, Councillor Taylor, and Councillor Boulat, and what Councillor Bywater and Goldsack said, and Councillor Shop. I thought the debate was in very good order. It was done with good intentions on all sides. We just want to see a very clear direction being given to ensuring that this policy is overturned. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Right, we now move to the vote on the amendment. So, Mrs. Rowe, if you would like, please, to start the vote.
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result is 32 votes in favour, 19 against, no abstentions. The amendment is therefore carried.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rowe. So we now move to the debate and vote on the substantive motion, which is the amendment. Do I have any other speakers on weeds other than Councillors Tierney and Bowden? Oh, Councillor Shaler. Please press on.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just to say that I'm happy that the amendment has gone through. That will give us a chance to make use of the data that was gained in this sometimes painful experiment. But, you know, I'm a scientist and sometimes you need to do the experiment. And in order to get progress, we have to do. So I don't see it as a failure as much as a source of data. I want to say that there will be ample time for members to input before the January committee. And there was criticism about engagement with the parishes, justifiably, I think. And so we also want to have time to take that on board. We have a feedback is now being gathered. The questionnaire is out. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Right, Councillor Tierney, you ever such a long time ago reserved your right to second the motion which is now before us. So please go ahead. You may not have anything to say, of course.
Of course I have, Chairman. Thank you so much. Councillor Boulat made a comment that all 5 of the motions put forward today have been highways motions. When I first became a councillor many, many years ago on the county, I remember there were still cabinet members, and one thing that I noticed back then was that the cabinet member for highways was the one that was called to get up again and again and again during questions. Nothing has changed. It's just that this is something that's right in front of our constituents. And so we hear a lot about it when there are issues. I don't think it represents anything. It's just a key issue for people. I'd like to point out that this last one isn't quite a highways motion. It's rather more than that. It also represents how people feel about the place they live, because if a place has weeds everywhere, it feels unkept, uncared for, unloved, and in some places unsafe, because when you create a feeling of something being uncared for, so it makes people feel less safe. So I think that it is rather more than just a highways motion. I did enjoy the comment about Day of the Triffids. In Mr. Wyndham's book, the world had been struck blind, which is why the plants were able to take over. I see this original motion as a way of leading the blind, if you like, and helping them find their way to a better policy. When we had this debate at FDC, we had a couple of farmers who were members, and they offered advice for different chemicals that could be used to make things safer for animals and for insects. And there are, of course, choices, and a balance needs to be found so that you get the best chemicals you can use while still getting the preferred outcome. I think Councillors Shaler and Taylor had it right. There's nothing wrong with trying something new, but when it hasn't worked, it's time to draw a line under it and move on and reverse your policy. And I think that's what we should get on and do. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's raising it? Councillor Howard.
I'll be incredibly brief. I don't think it's intentional from the members, but we've had a reference to leading the blind today. We've had a reference to cutting off people's legs. I don't think that those analogies are helpful to the people with disabilities that we represent and provide services to in the county. I repeat once again, I don't think there was any intention on the members. I'm not personally criticising them, but can I ask you to ensure that that type of language isn't used in our debates in this chamber?
Thank you, Councillor Howard. It's noted. And finally, Councillor Bowden.
The personal explanation, Chairman, that is what happened in John Wyndham's book, The Day of the Triffids, which was referred to by another member. Thank you.
Thank you for that personal explanation. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. It was with some interest that I saw that very shortly after Councillor Marks, whom we heard from more than 4 hours ago now, after Councillor Marks started his petition about weeds, that suddenly action started being taken by the joint administration. It was sad that an officer ended up having to write a letter of apology to members, to parish and town councils across the county because of the failure of consultation. But I certainly don't hold the officer responsible for that failure. So we now have a situation, as I said before, where clearly the joint administration is positioning itself so that it can reverse the decision which had previously been made. And that I very much welcome. And I fully understand the party politicking which goes on in this. It can't be seen that we on this side of the chamber are leading on this matter. So I understand where the party politics is involved in this. But especially from the comments which have been made by members of from the joint administration, I would ask those members who've made such comments and others who haven't spoken today to speak within the joint administration to ensure that the sort of comments that we have heard so far this afternoon from members of the joint administration, from leading members, actually turn out to be what happens in practice. And that is that when this actually comes up for determination at a later time.
Chair, apologies. We appear to have Councillor Bowden as a ghost behind us. Oh, it's switched it now. Back again. Sorry, there was a super inlaid Councillor Bowden over the top of you.
Is this this is neither a point of order nor a point of personal explanation. I was rather enjoying the ethereal Councillor Bowden.
I am happy, Chair, to appear before you in a super inlaid point perspective as a ghost or whatever, as long as the words I'm saying are taken into account. So I do ask members of the joint administration to hold the leaders of the joint administration's feet to the fire and to ensure that they actually do what they say they're going to do, because it's abundantly clear what the wishes of the people of Cambridgeshire are. And those wishes are that this policy, this trial, call it what you will, it should be reversed, and we should go back to having cyclical weed spraying. And I would remind members of the difficulty of holding on to an unsustainable position for far too long. We saw that with the Cambridge congestion charge, where the
Okay, Councillor Bowden, I think we've had enough, both of weeds and indeed the congestion charge. So if you'd like to wrap it up, please.
I've only got 2 minutes, 43 seconds left, I know. So I would encourage members of the joint administration to learn the lesson from the Cambridge congestion charge and to come out in public about their intentions on cyclical weed killing, because it's very clear what the majority of the council actually think on this matter. Now, this motion, which we now have amended before us, has, as I said before, been emasculated. It no longer has any meaning. Previously, the meaning of this, in my opinion, has actually been negated. But previously, the motion said, we, as full council, recommend that the relevant committee reverses this policy. That's now been taken away. So the motion no longer has any meaning, and I'd actually urge members who are unhappy about not being able to express our dissatisfaction with the policy to vote against this non-motion as it now is, so that we can express quite clearly that we would have liked to have been able to vote in favour of a motion which called for cyclical weed killing to be reinstated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Right, we are now moving to a vote, which is on the motion as amended. Mrs. Rowe, if you'd be kind enough to lead us through it.
Members in favour of the substantive motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the substantive motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 33 votes in favour, 16 against and 3 abstentions. The substantive motion is therefore carried.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rowe. That concludes discussion of the motions. We move on to item number 12, which is set out on the agenda, the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority and Overview and Scrutiny Committee oral questions, which will be dealt with in accordance with the protocol set out in Annex 1 of Part 4.1 Council Procedure Rules of the Council's Constitution. Can I remind you that councillors may ask questions for a response by the council's appointee on the Combined Authority and its appointees to the Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny Committee which relate to the decisions of the Combined Authority Board and Overview and Scrutiny Committee as set out in the generic report provided. The generic report summarising the decisions made by the Combined Authorities formal committees is included on the Council agenda on pages 65 to 80. Can you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a...
Thank you, Chair. In relation to Annex 1, it does state that we may only ask questions as set out in the generic report provided. But it really is quite inadequate if the generic report provided doesn't include details of meetings held more than a month ago, which we are now not able to ask questions about. There was an Overview and Scrutiny Committee meeting over a month ago, which we can't ask questions about because it's not in the report. There was a board meeting just under a month ago, 4 weeks ago, which also isn't in the report. And I do accept that we can't be right up to date because there's always time which is taken in order to produce agendas. But more than a month, it means that we don't get the opportunity to ask questions when they could be relevant. May I ask that this be looked at and we can make sure that in future we manage to have reports which are more up to date. And secondly, that the ones which have been missed out this time will be included next time.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Neither a personal explanation nor a point of order, but I do take the point and will ask for Constitution and Ethics to have a look at that. Unless I'm being told that this is the business of the Combined Authority who can't, so it is up to the Combined Authority to change the rules. And I think you sit on the Combined Authority, do you not?
Thank you. Yes, I do, Chair, and I'll certainly carry your suggestion through to them. Thank you for the suggestion.
Splendid. Now, can you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Netzinger, the Council's appointee on the board? You'll have 2 minutes in which to ask a question and 1 for a supplementary, with up to maximum of 2 minutes for a direct oral response to each. Councillor Hoy.
Thank you. My question relates to the Combined Authority Board meeting held on the 26th of July, agenda item 10C. The Combined Authority, under the current mayor, failed adequately to administer grants for the Warm Homes programme, and he had to hand back over £100 million to the government as a result. Now the CPCA has signed up to administer grants to support the local net zero programme. What confidence does the leader of the council have that the CPCA under the current mayor will be any more successful in administering the new local net zero programme than he has been with the war?
Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. I have some confidence that the Mayor and the Combined Authority will be better at delivering the Warm Homes programme, the Net Zero programme, than they were the Warm Homes programme. And my reason for that is that one of the main problems with delivering the previous grant mechanism was the way in which it was administered by central government. The rules around how that money had to be spent, the timescales within which it had to be spent, meant that it was extremely difficult for the government to, for the Combined Authority and the officers of the Combined Authority who were tasked with trying to get that money out to people's homes to do so. The new grants are slightly better. They are still, the timescales for spending are still 1 or 2 years rather than a properly timed length, a kind of proper plan of a length of time within which providers and residents are able to understand what government programmes are available to whom when. But the initial ones were set up with a timescale of only a year. By the time it was clarified exactly how much money had to be spent, there was only 9 months left to spend it, during which time there was an expectation that providers would gear up to find the specific homes which were eligible. So a huge amount of the problem with spending that was to do with the way that central government set it up. It is slightly better.
Thank you. Councillor Hoy, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I appreciate your point about timescales, but why is it that other Combined Authority areas were able to get their money out? For example, West Midlands got all of their money out. So what is it about our Combined Authority that made them less able than others to get the money out, given that they all had the same time frame?
Councillor Netzinger.
So the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority was responsible for the whole of the south and southeast area. It was responsible for an absolutely vast area to try and get its money out into. And it also had a very large amount of money, much larger than other Combined Authority areas. It only managed to spend a portion of that. All of the money that was available to be spent in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough was spent. It was the rest of the area that was not spent. And I don't think that any of us should be ashamed of the idea that we were ambitious in trying to get more people's homes insulated. We didn't manage to get as many insulated as we would have liked.
Thank you. Any other questions for Councillor Netzinger? No. In that case, we move on to, did I hear anybody? No. Can you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Atkins and or Gilsack, the Council's appointees on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee? Again, 2 minutes in which to ask a question and 1 for a supplementary, with up to a maximum 2 minutes for a direct oral response to each. Marvellous. Right, we move on to Fire Authority. I propose now to take questions on Fire Authority issues. This will be dealt with in accordance with the guidelines agreed by the Council. The report from the Fire Authority is included on the Council agenda, pages 81 to 87. Before I open up to questions, I'd like to invite the Chair of the Fire Authority, Councillor Edna Murphy, to introduce the report. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much. You have a very full report in front of you. We've had quite a long day, so I don't propose to go through the report in detail, but I would like to bring members' attention to the fact that the Fire Authority continues to operate well. It has a number of challenges, but in terms of the recent inspection, it has done very well with an outstanding in resource management and a good for which now means more than it used to, for significantly for promoting the right values and culture, which is extremely important in the Fire Authority. It has performed well compared to a number of comparable fire authorities as well. So it's a great deal of work has been done, and it has been reflected in the results. And I'm very, very pleased about that. And I hope members will feel reassured about that. There has been, unfortunately, difficulty with colleagues in Suffolk. It's reported that the collaboration with the Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service around the Combined Fire Control Centre is ending. This is not our wish. It is the wish of the Suffolk Fire Service. They have unilaterally decided to go their own way. We wish them well. We remain open to having them back should they want to collaborate. It has been a very successful collaboration, and indeed, I owe thanks to colleagues of all parties on the Fire Authority who have worked very hard to engage with Suffolk. It will cost us in Cambridgeshire about £500,000 a year more for essentially what is the same service. That is deeply regrettable, but our new system is working well and the software provider is in very good shape. All of Suffolk's arguments and concerns have melted away in recent months. So, as I say, we do remain open to them to resuming the collaboration at any point. I think there are probably, members would be also very concerned about the rise in battery charger fires and the tragedies that have unfolded in recent months. This is particularly concerning to the fire service. And indeed, we have advocated to the coroner following the fatal fire in Cambridgeshire, asking them to argue to the government for legislation. Obviously, we are doing everything we can in terms of education, but it is probably only legislation that is going to make the difference here. But I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy will respond to questions on behalf of the Fire Authority, and other members of the Fire Authority are welcome to comment if they wish. Has anybody got any questions for the Fire Authority? No. In that case, we move on to written questions. No questions were notified by the deadline. That concludes the business on the agenda for today. Can I thank members for their involvement, contribution, and please have a safe journey home.